Live from the Fastport Studios in New Orleans, this is Nemo Nation. Hey, listen, man, listen. With the legendary trucking voice Dave Nemo and the great Jimmy Mack. Take it away, fellas.
Good morning.
That is funny. We've been sitting here for about an hour and a half.
Yeah.
We're talking. Madison is here. Andre, you just heard. Jimmy Mack is here. This is Dave Nemo. And we're just sitting here talking about this and that and the other. And then we got our headphones on. Then all of a sudden, I'm not paying attention. And I hear, and now, live and direct. You caught me by surprise.
Surprise.
89. 89 is the number. We are at 911 subscribers on YouTube. 89 away from 1,000. At 1,000, the game changes in regards to our algorithm. At 1,000, the game changes in regards to our monetization. We've done it because of you. All you folks out there.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Dave Nemo here, everybody. 911. We are now 89 away. A lot of that is due to the fact that you guys are not only listening on the Tube of You and on the Book of Face and on iHeartRadio and on 365, you're also actually sharing those postings that Tara the Turtle, who will be joining us in just a little bit here.
She will be,
for
indeed.
Breaker Back Talk. All those wonderful segments that we have, lots of segments. We are now way past, by the time this show is over, Dave, we'll be past 90 guests in our first 3 weeks.
This
90 individual guests.
I heard you this week talking about that.
Individual guests, which means the Braz only counts once, although it feels like he counts so much more. It means that people like Dean Croak only count once, although they mean so much more. Elizabeth Barner, Jamie Jones, we're not counting them twice. We're counting them once, and we've still had over 90 guests across this platform. This is our Monday flagship show, Nemo Nation. As fast and furious as a show as you possibly can imagine. We have a really fun end to the show today, too, as well, Dave. Our good friend Terry Taylor was not able to make Terry's Terrifically Terrifying Toys, as he will usually do once a month on Fridays, because he has been knee-deep in an extravaganza, big conference convention happening in Lawrenceville, Kansas. He actually was also the host and curator of a couple of movie nights over there. This is really cool. You know Kevin Smith? Mm-hmm. You know the guy that made Clerks and Jay and Silent Bob?
Yeah.
Friend of Terry's, showed up at Terry's store. There is video at 1313 Mockingbird Toys of our good friend Kevin Smith with our better friend Terry Taylor hanging and banging, having a grand old time. And so we'll be actually talking to Terry in the last hour. One of the great things about our new format as well, and we got a great show for you today. Once again, Claire Marie's outdone herself. I don't think a single one of our guests is a return guest. I think they're all brand spanking new.
They are all brand spanking new.
All brand spanking new. We're going to open the phone lines, too, so if people want to call Terry up. Now, we can't open the phone lines during the... I mean, we'll get people in and out, maybe take a couple of cracks at 615-292-6366. What do those last four digits stand for, by the way?
6366. That's a secret code that only several people know.
Several thousand million people know. Spells hey-ho, Nemo, Dave, Nemo. By the way, we're going to have a segment that we're going to start on this show. I can't wait to actually get to it. It's going to be a coffee break. It's a coffee break brought to you by one of our sponsors. I want to talk about coffee today. I want to talk about McFlurries.
No!
We were having a conversation with Madison with a T. Of course, the Right Honorable Phone Master Dre. There was a lawsuit. Between McDonald's and the people that make the McFlurries machine.
I did not know that.
And it's because all of the people at McDonald's, people would ask for a McFlurry, they'd be like, well, the machine is broken now. The machine is broken now. I'm doing a very neutral, ignorant accent here, if you notice. It's like this.
Upper Midwest.
Upper something. The machine is broken now. It's somebody who is uneducated is doing that.
What's wrong with the machine?
The machine ain't working in the clear.
What'd you do to break it? You broke that machine?
Broke that machine. It's broken. The machine is broken. The machine isn't broken. They're lying, dude. To the people who own the
Madison's eating a McFlurry right now. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
She's like, I wish.
No, she doesn't want a McFlurry right now, dude. What are you talking about?
I always want a McFlurry.
You want a McFlurry? Are you a fan of McFlurries, Dave?
I've never had a McFlurry. You know why?
You're a good man.
Because they put stuff in it. I don't like it.
Don't put anything in my ice cream.
What are you putting stuff in?
I don't like stuff in, like little chunks of this and that and the other. I just don't like it, especially cookies.
You hate Sonic, then.
You don't like cookies in your drinks, is what you're saying?
No.
You're not a Johnny Depp guy.
I don't dip cookies in coffee or milk. I'm just not one of those people.
I can respect that.
You know those plates that have...
You know, I never believed it until this very moment. All those people out there saying Dave Nemo is left of center, I never believed it. I thought they were lying. You just confirmed it. You're a commie, dude. I'm telling you, man, an absolute communist. What we got people on the phone, don't we?
Oh yeah, we got Bandit, Missouri. He probably wants to talk lizards.
Let's
and all
bring
that
in.
jazz.
Here's an American.
American.
Here's a great American, by the way. Good
Bandit
morning
on the
to
road.
you. I got a commie and I got an
Hey,
American. Hey, Bandit, what's going on?
Oh, not a whole lot. Feeling a whole hell of a lot better than I did the last 2 weeks. Finally kicked that flu.
Yeah, you had it bad.
Dave
too.
listens to every show, and I'm not kidding. He writes me. He said, "Find out if Bandit's okay." I'm like, "Bandit's calling, Dave. Bandit's okay." And he's like, "No, find out if Bandit's okay." I'm like, "He's okay. He's calling." He's like, "Okay." So, Bandit, please tell Dave you're better.
Oh, I'm better.
Well, that's good. I'm glad to hear that.
Straight to the point.
Scientists might say different, but, you know.
So what is your take on the McFlurry?
What's going on, dude?
Okay, I've heard about this lawsuit that you guys are talking about, and that the company said that the machines are not broken, that McDonald's isn't cleaning the machines properly.
Yep.
And
That's
the
it.
machines record the data and report it back to the company.
That's it.
Yep.
Boy, there's no getting away with nothing anymore.
We're finding y'all.
I mean, isn't it crazy,
The
man?
machine
In the old days, it used to be like, yeah, well, it's got the technical thingamajig, and people are like, okay, you win. I don't understand. And then the machine shows up and goes, that is not correct, Dave.
Skynet said, "I'm tired of y'all." All right.
Yeah, I mean, Hal and Skynet got together and pretty much put an end to that kind of nonsense.
Dave, I want to put cookie crumbles in your McFlurry. You'll like it, Dave. Give it a chance.
Give it a
The
chance,
cookies,
Dave.
Dave.
We make such good drinks together. Why are you shutting me down?
No, Dave. No. I love you, Dave.
Mr. Dave is not here. No, Superman is not here. You know that one, don't you, right? Remember that? The Family Guy, Consuela, the lady who takes care
I've
of their
seen
house.
promos for the Family Guy, but I've never watched.
You got to get on that, dude. Yeah, I mean,
You know, okay, let me tell you guys something.
Bandit, listen up. This is
Bandit,
important.
Hang on tight.
and I'd like to get your take as a true American bandit.
Okay.
I think something went wrong
Yes.
in I think it was 1969 or 72 when Flintstone vitamins came out for kids. And that was a great idea. And then the gummies came out for kids. And that was a great idea. What is this deal now where all of our medications and vitamins and minerals for adults now have to be gummies? When did we extend our adolescence?
Riboflavin, 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 riboflavin. Go ahead, Drake.
Because we're all, Dave, I feel like I'm going to throw a little something in the ring on there because I feel like we're all still children and we don't want to take our vitamins.
I think you're absolutely right. Bandit, what do you think? What's your take on that?
Well, honestly, I had actually heard something about that where they said they started doing the gummies because certain areas of the country were having so much trouble with the chewable vitamins because of teeth issues that they went to these gummies because it was easier on the people that had teeth issues or the people that were up there in age and didn't have their natural teeth anymore for whatever reason, bad genes or what have you. And that's why they started doing these gummies and pushing them so hot and heavy, was to make it easier for people to take them.
Because people needed chewable vitamins because at this point of their lives they were no longer able to actually swallow.
Have you
a
seen
pill.
some of those things, though, dude? I mean, some of those pills, I swallow them. Let me tell you something, though, man. Some of those pills are the sizes of aircraft
Oh, I
carriers.
know, I take them.
I
Yeah,
mean,
amoxicillin's a good one. That thing looks like you're about to try to swallow the Titanic.
I'm telling you, man, I'm absolutely convinced at some point I'm going to be like flying next to Wade McCluskey trying to land my plane on the surface of one of these things. Really quickly, by the way, our good friend Touchdown Turtle is alive and well on the tube of you, telling everybody good morning. Ten Ring is on the tube of you. He says good morning to you. Chowder, of course. Hey, by the way, we're declaring tomorrow Sturgis Day. because we're going to be wearing the Sturgis T-shirts that we got from Bandit along with the coffee. We're going to get a little Keurig dispenser for it. Go ahead, Trey.
Tittering, call in.
Well, I think you got that shirt from Chowder, because I've never been to Sturgis yet.
And we said Chowder. Didn't we say Chowder?
Yeah.
We're not
I
saying...
said Bandit.
Oh, if I said Bandit, well, I didn't mean it. And by the way, you're a great American, except when it comes to delivering T-shirts. You know, get on it, man. We need some T-shirts over here. Hey, brother, we gotta set a show up here. We wanted to get you in fast and furious. So good morning to you. We're glad you're back in the game. We're glad you're well. Thank you, man.
Yep, Loki's back here catching some Z's, so we're getting down the road, and he should probably have about 30 states by the time he's off the truck or more.
I heard you talking about that yesterday. The South isn't the Southwest one of the areas that he needs. Maybe the I-10 corridor. Am I right?
Well, we've hit everything except Florida now for the I-10 corridor.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood
until
you.
you get the Texas line.
Mm-hmm.
We still need Texas, New Mexico, and all that.
Southwest.
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah. So if you can go west.
So
on-
everybody's right. Everybody's right here. By the way, Marty Ellis says good morning from Carl Junction, Missouri. You see, Dave,
Marty
the OIDA
Ellis.
folks are showing up, and they're here with
The
us.
last time I saw him was in York, Pennsylvania last year.
Correctamundo,
Hey, Marty,
to
good
quote
morning.
author. He's not on the air, but yeah, you tell him good morning.
I'm just saying good morning.
Good morning.
to
We
him.
get it. All right, Bandit, hit the bricks. We love you,
Yep. Later, guys.
Gator.
Thank you, Bandit.
By the way, this sports report is brought to you by ShadyRays.com. Cut down on the glare of the hype with Shady Rays. They got a great lost and broken protection program. It's a game plan. There are major league customer service over at Shady Rays, and the knowledge, like a good team at Shady Rays, they've got your back. Go to ShadyRays.com. One baseball game worth talking about last night, Tariq Skubal. You know the name? He won the Cy Young Award last year. He has picked up where he's left off and has led the Detroit Tigers to the best record in baseball. 7 innings, Dave. He gave up 1 hit. In an earlier age, he would have kept pitching, but they pull people now. He had 13 strikeouts in 7 innings, Dave. 13 strikeouts. Dig this. The last pitch he threw was a Carl strike 3 at 99.7 miles an hour. Sit down, see ya, wouldn't want to be ya. The reigning Cy Young winner takes it, and the Tigers get 3. The Twins get nothing at Comerica Park. On this day in baseball, Cy Young hurled his 3rd no-hitter in 1908. Same day that Sandy Koufax did the same thing in 1962. On this day in 1950, Joe and Dom DiMaggio both homered on the same day as opposing players. Dom got 1, Joe got 1. Dom won 10-2. In 1962, this is really funny, a Colt 45 game, the Colt 45s would become the Houston Astros, was declared, the game was canceled because of fog. They canceled a baseball game because of fog in 1962. And on this day in 2006, a guy named...
That's when that yellow ball could have come in handy.
It really would have come in handy. Josh Fogg in 2006 threw the shortest game in Safeco history. And Bob Lemon was fired on this day and replaced by Larry Doby. Doby would become the first black manager of the Cleveland Indians. Here's what's funny. In 1978, Lemon is fired. 3 weeks later, Billy Martin is fired of the Yankees. Steinbrenner hires Bob Lemon. What would he do with his life? Just go on to win the World Series. So Lemon makes room for an African-American manager and then goes to the Yankees where he wins the whole enchilada. Did you hear about, I've been meaning to talk about this for a while. It's a soccer game. Did you hear about the guy that was declared dead by his own team? And they took the field and had a moment of silence for him, only to have him look around and realize they were saying his name? This really happened. The guy's name was Petko Ganshin.
Oh,
Name
I thought it was Tom Sawyer.
No, it was Petko Ganshin, and his team announced that he had died. They announced he died, Dave, and he's on the field.
Well,
And he's like, what's going on here? So after the game, they acknowledged that something had gone terribly wrong. They acknowledged it, and then said, we hope that you have a very long life after this. Can you imagine his family's reaction, who were at the game?
And he's on the field.
And he's on the field. They're looking at him, and they're wondering what's going on here. Really happened. You should look it up, by the way. We got to take a quick break here, have a pledge, national anthem, and a little bit of, Java from Pastor John. So we'll kind of pivot. Make sure you guys give us a call at 615-292-6366. Dave will tell you about the lineup we've got coming up immediately after this.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Monday, 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 Monday. Hey, good morning, good morning. We have made it to Monday. Hey, I want to drop something in your spirit and hopefully it'll encourage you as well. But I don't know if you know this, but if you don't know, you get ready to know. Today is Monday. And you know what else about today? This is the last Monday of June, which means that we've made it through another month together. I want to share something with you that's found in Isaiah chapter 9, verse 3. It says, you have enlarged the nation and increased their joy. They rejoice before you as a people rejoice at the harvest, as warriors rejoice when dividing the plunder. Now, I'm finna to show you something now. I don't want you to miss this because this is Monday. Hey, notice what he's telling them. He's telling the nation, you should be excited. You should be overjoyed because God has been faithful. He says, and the key to it is the way, and he's using terminology to help them to remember. Every time that they would have a victory from a war, God would tell them to go and get the spoils. The spoils are the things that belong to the people that you can have and enjoy now because God has allowed you to be able to conquer the people and take their stuff and use it for God's glory by giving him back his glory because you know that you wouldn't have won that battle without him. So let me ask you a quick question on this Monday. How do you thank God for blessing you to be in this trucking business? Something to think about, isn't it? It's not always tied into you tithing. It's not always tied into you giving to different types of charities. It's not always tied into that. What about just the everyday things like called life? Something to think about, ain't it? Are you celebrating only when you get the big check? Or do you celebrate because of the fact that you know God allowed you to see another day? God bless you, brothers and sisters, and be safe in your journey.
God bless America and amen.
You got a little something about Cy Young you wanted to share, huh?
Well, yeah,
Mr. Nemo?
everybody talks about the Cy Young. Cy Young started his professional baseball career with a team that nobody remembers because they only were around for about 3 or 4 years, the Cleveland Spiders. And he pitched for them in 1898. The team went out of business in 1899. Then he moved around a little bit, wound up with the St. Louis Cardinals. He wound up with the Boston Red Sox and helped them win the 1903 World Series.
Right.
But then he finished his baseball career. He retired in 1911, but he went to the Cleveland Naps. Naps. It's like, wait a minute, are they playing or are they napping, right?
Yeah.
I guess I'm sure there was a lot of jokes about that. The name of the Cleveland Naps was named after Napoleon LaJoie, who was the owner of the team. They eventually became the Cleveland
help
Indians.
themselves. They can't help them. They
Yeah.
just can't help themselves. Wrigley. I mean, it's like at some point they just can't help themselves.
have your name in there.
It's like F. Scott Fitzgerald had it absolutely right. The rich are different than you and me. They just can't help themselves. I mean, it's just like, we're going to have a national holiday on my birthday. Ross Perot would give the day off to every single one of his employees on his birthday. Every single one of his employees. I've never, fortunately, we always get the day off for your birthday, though. It's so close to Christmas.
Yeah.
It usually ends up playing itself. We will now, I'll tell you that. I'm going
That's right.
to give everybody the day off, not on my birthday, on your birthday, and then blame you for it.
Thank
I'll be
you.
like, that
Thank
arrogant
you.
jerk. 615-292-6366. We got a couple of phone calls coming in, but really, really quickly. Dave, who do we got coming up in the first hour of the show? We got a great lineup. Take the breath.
Jeff Dickinson is going to be joining us.
I'm really good at this. I can buy you the time you need.
He is the president and CEO of RGTX, Logistics Solutions. He's also the chairman of the Freight Fraud Task Force, and they had the Freight Fraud Forum. I think it was a couple
That's really
of
hard
weeks
to say,
ago.
isn't it?
It is. Say that fast 4 times.
And
if
add
you're-
4 times to it.
if you
Freight
are-
Fraud Forum 4 times.
Yeah, exactly. You're on the platform here, one or the other platforms that we're on. So you may know Jeff from his podcast. He is the Bodacious Cowboy, and he'll be with us on the program. And then David Kiva is going to be joining us as well. He is the president of the Environmental Defense Fund, edfaction.org. And one of the things that they are talking about now is, okay, saving the planet is one thing. People can't really get into that, evidently. Well, let's save some money. Exactly. But you can't save the planet. How about saving some money? Oh, yeah, we want to save money. Well, he's going to point out how helping the environment, cleaning up the air and water and everything, is going to be cheaper in the long run for us.
Why do I got to save the planet? What has the planet done for me?
Yeah.
That's a good question. Who's
Just
after
give you a
that?
place to live.
Who's after that?
Oh, after that is Cody Kohler. He heads up A&Z Trucking. I sent Tara, in fact, I'll ask her about this when she comes on. I sent Tara a video clip of one of the all-time classic television clips of all time. And that was I Love Lucy, when Ethel and Lucy got the job at the candy factory.
Yes.
And their job was to handle the automation, what is that?
The conveyor belt.
The conveyor belt.
Yeah.
Conveyor belt with the oh my God! It is the funniest 3 minutes on television history, or at least one of the top 10. And Tara's going to post that a little bit later at our Facebook page, facebook.com/Dave Nemo.
Because once they get behind on that sequence, man, they never catch up.
Because, and Cody, I'm going to ask Cody about automation and fresh fruits and vegetables, fresh produce. Because you get this I have this mindset, okay, we are living things, human beings. We are living entities.
Last time I checked.
We are organisms.
Okay.
And you take that fruit or that vegetable, it is really living too. So you have life meets life. How does a machine, how does a computer, how does a robot match up and be able to understand that peach is perfect? Put it in that box. This peach is not so good. Put it in that box. People have been doing that since peaches and people have been around. Now machines are doing it, and they're doing it a lot better than
Millions
we are.
of peaches, peaches for me. Millions of peaches, peaches for thee. Hey, I got a couple of folks on the phone. Dre, in what order do these folks appear?
Oh, I think we're going to start off with a doodah. He's in Texas, and he's also a man who wants to brag.
Camptown lady, sing this song, doodah, doodah. Hey, doodah man.
You know why Camptown ladies sang that song? Because they didn't know the words. But go ahead.
that suits me perfect. Actually, at 68 years old, I rarely get to do this, but I'm going to brag on myself a little bit.
Do it.
Go on.
I had to go to, finally got my new VA doctor. I haven't seen a doctor in like 4 months now because my old doctor left and I had to get a new one assigned to me and all this.
Mm-hmm.
I finally got an appointment last Thursday. I'd been off my medications for nearly 2 months because they won't prescribe you unless you see the doctor.
Mm-hmm.
So I finally got it. Went last Thursday. I mean, a complete blood workup, a complete physical. He went over every detail. I spent 2 hours. And when I walked out of there, he sat down and he told me, he said, "You are the healthiest, old crippled up truck driver I've ever met." And I said, "How so?" He said, "Your cholesterol is perfect. Your blood pressure is perfect. All your blood work is coming back perfect." And I said, "Well, I guess that's a good thing." He said, "Oh, yeah, it's amazing." He said, "The biggest thing is, I was looking at your history." He said, "Do you realize in the last 20 months, you have lost 136 pounds?"
Wow.
I'm back down to my high school weight.
Wow.
Man, oh man, I got to tell you, between you and Chowder, you guys are making the miracle happen. I'm really proud of you, dude. It's like, and by the way, I'm not going to ask you how old you are.
He's 68.
I'm making fun of the crippled old truck driver. I know how old he is. But I have to tell you, man, even now they are discovering if people drop the weight, if they drop the weight even at a late age, it can extend their life by a decade. By a decade. I mean, and Dave.
That's exactly what the doctor said.
I mean, and Dave can tell you he's friends with my dad, and my dad's still struggling with it, but he's dropped a lot of weight, and it's made a difference in where we can go and what we can do, and a lot more active lifestyle awaits for anybody who does it. Doodah, man, we got to go. Dre has given me the high sign, and so we got to skedaddle out of here. But brother, congratulations, well done.
Awesome. Yeah.
Well done. Well done.
I appreciate you. I'm 68. You're rare to get to brag on yourself, and I said, man, I can't believe it. Y'all have a great week. Have a great show. We'll talk to you later.
Thank you, sir.
We don't have time now, but next time we talk, maybe you could give us a few tips and pointers on how you got those numbers.
We're gonna make that happen. Dre, get us out of here. We'll shuffle off. We're gonna bring in Tara at some point on this show. We got other phone calls coming in as well. We'll get to everybody. Hold on tight. Don't get thrown to the wolves. RadioNemo.com.
And I might just throw Chowder in there with Tara if that's okay.
I don't think Tara has a problem with that.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both in home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. To learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
We are back with more Nemo Nation live on that RadioNemo.com, that iHeartRadio, and streaming on YouTube. Dave, I think you should take it away.
Take it where?
To the show or home? You want to go to Metairie?
I'd like to take this pen right here. It's a nice pen.
You can have them. I'll tell you this, though. You get one. If you show up tomorrow and don't have that pen, you show up on Monday without that pen, you don't get another one.
I know.
Those are my pens.
Those are pens.
Those are my. I love those pens, man. It's like we went to the old Mart of Wall and we got me my favorite pens. I love those pens. You know what makes me crazier than anything, by the way, is when people leave the caps off of pens. Makes me insane. It's like that. And by the way, it's not OCD if you were going to use the pens. Really quickly before we tell Chowder good morning, I can hear him lurking in the background. My good friend Showtime sent me a picture of his new Smith & Wesson Model 645. It, by the way, is the one that Don Johnson used in Season 3 on Miami Vice. The one that our good friend Showtime has a rear sight guard on it that Johnson's doesn't. The 645 was the predecessor to the 4506, and then he sent me a picture of Don Johnson wearing that gun. Here was the deal. I wrote him back and said, that's righteously awesome. Michael Mann, who was the producer and the creator of Miami Vice, he would then make a movie of it with Colin Farrell and Jamie Foxx. What he said was that Smith & Wesson wanted it to be shown, so they worked out a deal to get it on the show, which is really, really cool. It's a nice piece of equipment, by the way. Speaking of nice pieces of equipment, we got Chowder on the phone. He's given us a call. He sent us some great T-shirts and some coffee, didn't he, Dave?
Great T-shirts.
Very nice. So you had picks for us, but we picked our own shirts. So why don't you tell us what you picked, and we'll tell you if we picked the same things that you picked.
Well, good morning, folks in Madison. Keep them in line. I didn't mean to cause a battle royale when that package showed up. I'm guessing Jimmy Mack went off the top rope with the Superfly splash and snagged a black shirt that was supposed to go to Dre, but I'll let you guys hash it out. So, first of all, congratulations, dude, man. That's outstanding, and keep up the good work, and we're all cheering you on. Second of all, or actually reverse it. First of all, Alpha, because I messed it up in the wrong order. Can we take a minute and just remember and give our prayers and our thoughts to the two firemen that lost their life last night and the one that's battling for his life due to the heinous assault by somebody setting a fire and luring them in? I think we need to take a minute to remember.
Of course.
Remember them.
Of course. Absolutely.
Then I've also learned this morning that obviously Dave is a church man, but he's not a guy that likes Sundays, so I don't know. Maybe he only works a 6-day week because don't put anything in his ice cream. That's pretty good. But, I just calling to say good morning. Happy Monday to everybody. Caught up on some rewind shows that I missed over my time of running crazy this week, so loving the platform, but I don't really have much trucking related. I just wanted to put out that statement for the fallen.
Well, Chowder, why don't you also say hey to Tara as well? She's hanging out with us.
Hey, morning, Tara the Turtle. Terrific, Tara, Pterodactyl. How are you doing? Are you keeping the drifting?
Oh, yes, always. Keeping up with it. How are you?
I'm as good as any way I can be, but, right. I'm a little concerned now. See, I thought everybody was buying Chowder meals because they liked them. Well, I didn't know it's because you lose weight and you get to live 10 years longer. I better be careful. Maybe they're
trying to kill you
in there because nobody wants this around for another decade plus. But anyway, the gray shirt I thought would be great, so I had to ask Jimmy and if Dave would wear that. So I'm glad he liked that. The Deadwood one with all the sayings every time Jimmy comes on talking about rebellion and all that. I thought, well, geez, Jimmy's got to have that. And then ever since I've known Dre and the good friend that he has been to me, he gets Sturgis shirts. And I couldn't make up my mind because Chowder liked them both. So he's like, well, one seems a little Mardi Gras with the purple and the blacks and the greens, and the other seems Sturgis. So they both go. That's how Chowder makes a decision. If they both seem right, they must be right.
Well, I'll tell you what, Chowder. Dave thinks the gray shirt is the funniest one that he's ever
It's
seen.
the funniest shirt I think I've ever seen.
It's one of the funniest things we've ever put our eyes on. We will be modeling those later on today to give you full credit for what you have brought over
I
here.
remembered you guys said something about T-shirt Tuesdays or T-shirt something day, and then I thought you needed some good Highlander grog because that's the cat's meow, and the other one's not bad either.
Chowder, thank you for the phone call. We got to get to breaker back talk, but we wanted to get you into the game. We wanted to give you a big shout out and thanks. By the way, we don't work on any platform other than our own. If you want to send us gifts, 2306 Esplanade Avenue or 2300 Esplanade Avenue. You can also send stuff to Tara, so when she comes down for the big party on July 23rd, she can pick it up. Hey, T, what's going on?
T.
Good morning, Dave. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning.
Trey. Good morning, Madison.
She says good morning. I think my mic is
It was
off.
really funny because Madison was like going over her notes, and then you said her name, and she was like, "What, me? Hi. What's going on? What's going on? Go on."
Go on. You've got an amazing lineup this morning, guys. I'm excited for the rest of the show. Are you guys?
Very, and easy peasy, and I can't wait to talk to Terry Taylor. You know that Madison actually met Kevin Smith just like Terry did when she was over at Cannes. Fancy pants.
Really?
Pantsy fans. Oh, yeah. What's going on? What's happening?
Well, I'm excited for this morning's Breaker Back Talk because we're going to get to a lot of listener comments, but I'm actually going to touch back on last week's conversation where we dove into the comment section from that audio recording of the WWL air check from 1989. Those comments are so fascinating to me, and I'm excited to dive in.
Just a quick setup, guys. Tara found an old sound check, a little air check of Dave Nemo back in his old Road Gang days, and it was on the Tube of You, and underneath were a lot of comments that were directed towards Dave, a lot of really great shout-outs and hey, and how are you kind of statements, and she was kind of going through them. We just ran out of time, so go on.
Yes, go on. Yeah, that video has like 15,000 views and over 1,000 comments, so I'm going to probably keep touching back to this every so often because they're very fascinating, and a lot of the comments are from a long time ago. But before we dive into those, let's make a quick stop at some of our recent activity on social media, shall we? Okay. First up, a couple shout-outs from the reel that we posted of you, Dave, previewing today's show over on Facebook. Chowda, who was just on the phone, and David H. just commented, good morning. And then Doodah Man commented on the same reel, but over on YouTube with, I'll be there. Gotta love the commitment, and good morning, Doodah, and congratulations. And on TikTok, yes, we have a TikTok at RadioNemo Online. Paranormal Pie Man stopped in by your reel about the old WWL records and commented, I'd listen to more documentaries if Dave narrated them. Paranormal Pie Man, I am with you. Could you imagine Dave narrating like a Netflix documentary about trucking history or trucking radio lore?
Well,
like, sign me up, right?
It's really funny because, you know, one of our more popular videos that is on YouTube is our interview that Lindsay and I did with our friends from HP Podcraft, Strange Studies of Strange Stories, and they're open to it. As soon as Dave says yes, it turns out that Chad Pfeiffer is a big fan of Ray Bradbury. I know you don't know him, but if you got a chance ever to listen to any of his audio books or read any of his short stories, Dave is the perfect person to do any Ray Bradbury story. It's almost like listening to Ray Bradbury. It's kind of really groovy. So couldn't agree more. Let's get more Dave in just narrating things. Dave narration, narration. There we go. Narration. Nemo narration. There we go. Go on.
But from the records reel, we got some comments. Marshall P. said, looking good, Dave. I agree. And Ed R. wrote, it always amazes me the bits of knowledge you have about the music industry, the trucking industry, and everything else you've got your hands in. Keep up the great work, Dave. And Doodah Man added, great history as well, Mr. Nemo.
You can respond, Dave, if you'd like, or you can be focused
Dave, are you there? I haven't heard from you
He's doing the thing he always does, which he's getting ready the rest of the show. So he's kind of like, I got to be focused over here.
I'm not really. What I'm doing.
I need his microphone.
I think my mic is off.
Good. That would be an awesome thing.
That's why I wasn't responding.
Yeah, he was on
There we are. Good morning. I was responding, but You weren't hearing me. Okay, I'm just on Facebook. Okay, where am I supposed to be on Facebook right now? Because I'm not seeing.
You don't
what
have
you're
to be.
seeing.
You don't have to be anywhere.
Oh, okay.
You don't have to be. That's next time you come in on a Monday, or maybe you come in one day this week, we'll go. Let's set Dave up, and Madison with a T will actually set you up so that you can look at all the socials and what's going on over there.
Setup. I knew it.
It's a setup, dude. That's
It's
what
a setup.
that's what the pre-trip is for. Go on.
Yes, our YouTube comment section has really started to pick up because of the uploads. We post all of our guest interviews and featured segment no later than the day after that they air. And if you're looking for the full show replays, just head over to the YouTube channel, click the live tab on our channel, and you can go listen to the 4-hour, 5-hour, all the hours of the shows. And we got a comment also from Ed R. that says, "Come on, fellow Road Gang members, start giving these videos a thumbs up and leave a comment to help them get some traction." And Ed, thank you for the support. To everyone else tuning in, take his advice. If you've enjoyed the Road Gang over the years, help us grow this new chapter of the community. Share this live stream right now. Invite your trucking friends. Hop on into the live chat. Tell them to subscribe. We'd love to have them join the Nemo Nation.
One of the things, and I don't know who's doing this, but I get a resistance email on a regular basis. So somebody's writing resistance letters to these resistance people. And I'm going to suggest to the person who writes the resistance newsletter that every single person who's a member of #resistance should probably go on over to all of those postings we have, all that work that you guys do to turn this stuff around so quickly. And when I say you guys, I mean you. All that work you do to kind of put that stuff up there. I want every single person who's listening to find a segment that they like, find a section they've listened to. When they miss something, they get a chance to go back and get a chance to listen like Chowder did over the weekend, to make a habit of just, and like not just saying like hi, but actually commenting on it and giving us your thoughts, because we'll revisit the segment. And the next time that person comes on, the next time we bring that guest back, is a lot of the people that show up on our show we like and we invite back, and we can actually ask them questions, dive deeper into the conversation. That's what's important. What's going on?
Exactly. Yeah.
Go on.
Go on. Now, Jimmy, Wyatt left a comment on your conversation with Alex Leslie from Attree that said, how about starting teaching them in the 6th grade and up? That definitely leans into the teach 'em young philosophy, but it makes me wonder, how young is too young? How old were you guys when you first got behind the wheel? I was 17, but I also didn't get my license until I was 18. I was a bit of a late bloomer. How old were you guys?
Dave, when did you first drive a car?
I'm trying to think. I think I was about 15.
That's not what she asked. Okay. When's the first time you drove a car, period? Not just, that's the first time you ever got behind the wheel. Ooh, yeah.
Yeah, maybe when I was a little boy. No, I don't think so. I think I was about 15.
11.
11?
11 years.
I think I was about 11.
I was allowed to do it for like a couple of blocks. I was allowed to do it for a couple of blocks. My father was not happy about the people that allowed me to do it. That's the absolute truth. But I was allowed. It was relatives. He was not pleased. He was not pleased. Go, Andre.
Yeah, growing up in the Bayou and having family businesses, yeah, man, 5, 6. Just back up the truck. Yeah, because I was driving it to back it up and put it up to the trailer, so I learned how to back up a trailer before I knew how to go forward. And then I learned how to drive around the Bayou.
By the way, you should ask Junker. You should ask Junker. Some of those guys from the farm system, some of those guys were on tractor trailers like at 7, 8, 9. That is not an uncommon thing.
Insane.
Yeah, and on the flip side of that, I had a friend who once moved to New Orleans, Dave, and I actually had to help her get her license at 33 because she grew up in New York City. She spent her whole life in New York City. She didn't have. She had an ID. She had a state ID. She didn't have a driver's license, and that's the truth of the matter. Is that it depends on where you live. It depends upon what your life is. There's a lot of things that go into it. It's the first time I know in over a decade, the last couple of years, the age of when people are getting their licenses is finally coming back down. It got to a point where lots of Americans weren't getting their licenses until they were 21, 22, 23, and 24. It was kind of crazy. I was having that.
Kind of me.
By the way, kind of you, our good friend Paul Whitlow says, morning Nemo Nation. Star Driver says, be louder with Chowder. Showtime in the house. I got a big old thumbs up from the Doodah Man as well. Tara, go on.
Okay, we're going to move into the nostalgic gems that are the comment section from the 1989 WWL Road Gang audio recording. Someone commented, it's cool to hear recordings like this. Brings back days gone by on the road. But where were you when you recorded these? This was a question to the person that posted it. And the person that posted the audio replied, I was in Nashville, Tennessee, in bed, fast asleep. I had cassettes set up to record these programs overnight on a timer. That is really interesting. I wonder.
That's the way you do it. That's the way you did it. Yeah.
How did that work, by
That
the
was
way,
very
Dave?
cool.
How did that work? How did you set up I mean, like I said,
It wasn't me.
No, not
Oh,
you.
no.
No, I'm saying, but how
So like
do
a
you,
timer?
I mean,
Like, what does that mean?
Could you set up a timer? I mean, did people have the kind of equipment in their houses where they could set it up on a timer to start recording at a certain time?
I'm not familiar with that, because in those days you would have had to have a non-digital type machine, I think, so that you had to push physical buttons. I don't know how that would. I mean, operate on the
we've all
timer.
seen that in the movies, like in the '70s, of those those reel-to-reels coming on at a certain time, like them clicking on, and then they start to record. I wonder if they set a timer, they meant that their mom would walk in and push the record button.
They had an alarm.
As just an aside, going back to the late 1970s, I've always tried to parallel as much as I could the surroundings that a radio announcer in on an all-night radio show parallels to a truck driver in a truck, because you're in a building generally by yourself for at least a few hours, because people will be there when you get there and people will be there when you get off. But in other words, the all-night shift, you're by yourself, generally speaking. And you're like that in a truck. The other, and I forgot what the point was going to be now. Ain't that funny?
Oh, you're trying to set the scene. You're trying to set the scene about how you want to kind of relate to the parallel. Have we just totally lost the thread here?
Pretty much.
Go on.
I'll pick it back up, and if
Oh, my goodness.
cut in.
Yeah.
But another listener says, this station saved my butt a time or two while trucking down the highway, and another simply wrote, boy, this takes me back. Someone else recalled, I remember a segment called Country Music the Way It Used to Was. Dave, do you remember that one?
Sure
Who
do,
hosted
yeah.
this?
Well, John Parker, the late John Parker, the Dean of Truth, he, there's a long story there in terms of how we met John and how he wound up being, part and parcel of the show. But he basically...
Are you losing threads today?
Yeah,
you're
I'm
just losing threads
completely-
today. I mean,
I start talking about something in my brain.
Well,
just
the
says,
problem is, right?
stop.
Is you got the John Parker. Like, I got to talk about John Parker. So
Yeah.
here's my rule. We don't have to talk about what we're talking about. If you go someplace, just unpack Parker, and eventually you'll come back to the point. You go anywhere you want to go, man.
I'll keep you on track, Dave. I'll keep you there. Just go for it.
I mean, so we were talking about the idea of saving people's lives, people driving overnight, right? And we said that, and you said you wanted to kind of replicate the experience for yourself in studio of being a driver because you're by yourself, and you're trying to replicate that, and that's when you got into John Parker. That's what took you off.
Country music the way it used to
Oh,
was.
the way it used to was, yeah. He coined that phrase, I on Sunday nights we didn't do requests because the phone answerer was gone, so you were certainly by yourself on Sunday night, and I used to call Sunday night's program Records from Home. Now you're talking about the 70s and 80s now, so music from 50 years ago. If you played music from 50 years ago, heck, 60 years ago, now, guess what you're getting? The Beatles, the Rolling Stones.
That's 60 years
Loretta
ago. Yeah,
Lynn,
it's 60
Conway
years
Twitty,
ago.
Yeah, exactly. But when you take that from the 70s and you go back, there's no connection really between the musical thread, again, there's that word, thread, between music from the 1920s and the 1970s. Yeah, they're playing the same horns and guitars and singing the same words, but there's a completely different musical basis for that.
Well, yeah, I mean, and we talked about American Graffiti as well, too, because Tom Nichols, who writes for The Atlantic, mentioned this, that the whole catchphrase, I was telling this to Dre and Madison the other day, where were you in 62? Has there ever been a bigger break point between what 1973, when that film came out, looked like, and 1962? Like, no one would recognize that world. Like the world of 1962 looked nothing like the world of 1973. Do you follow me?
Correct.
There's a real break there. Whereas you can make a connection between 62 and 42, and even 62 and 32. That world, while incredibly different in regards to technology,
The same
and the
mores, the same social conventions were still pretty much solidly in place in the early 60s.
yeah, the British, by the way, call 1957 and 1973 the long 60s. There are people who call the 60s 1967 to 1973 are actually the 60s. That's my theory. That it begins when Sergeant Pepper teaches the band to play and ends with the resignation of Richard the Nixon-hearted. You know, I mean, that's kind of the beginning and end. But there's a real break point. There's a real break point there. So you'd bring in records from home. I do like the fact that a format was created based on the fact that somebody wouldn't be there.
Yeah.
And we were talking about
yeah.
that this morning, Tara, the idea that it's like people don't realize a lot of times the show they're listening to is the way it is because of the constraints on the show.
Yep.
And sometimes the artistry of what you're listening to is people who are really talented, Dave, making decisions to create programming to acknowledge the problem. So that you don't acknowledge the problem, you create a solution. All right, so music the way it was.
It used to be. Used to was.
Used to was.
Yeah.
So,
Country music the way it used to was. And we kind of have a little bit of an answer for that. This comment came in and it says, thanks for posting this. It brings back many memories. I am the professor, Jerry Cox, that John Parker and Dave Nemo allowed to be part of the country music the way it used to was. That comment, Dave, was posted 11 years ago, and we're just now finding it.
Jerry Cox, he and his wife were in Chicago. He was a CTA driver, Chicago Transit Authority. He's a bus driver. And Jerry and Jackie, they lived on the south side of Chicago. Back in 1988, we went up to Chicago to the McCormick Place, a big convention center out on the lake, for a truck show. And we gave a truck away that year. Everybody was giving away trucks at that point. We gave away a Marmon. It was a prototype of a Marmon 1989 truck. I
remember you mentioning that in a semi-short story from Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Went to where they made them. We did a broadcast from the plant there in Texas at Marmon. There was a big garage with 4 workstations, and there were 4 trucks being built. There was no assembly line. There were 4 teams of guys putting 4 trucks together. That's how they made them. We went up to Chicago, and Jerry, and I've told this story before, but Jerry and Jackie took Mickey and I to dinner one night in a restaurant down the street from where they lived, and it was the restaurant, it looked just like the restaurant from The Godfather. Yeah, where he goes in the bathroom and gets the pistol from the toilet tank and comes out and blows everybody away. And so after we...
And that's what happened that night. Dave took care of Jerry.
After we did that, we went over to his house, and we went in his basement. And he had a workbench. He turned on the radio in the workbench, and he got WWL out in New Orleans, like a local station in Chicago, Illinois.
Wow.
That's how folks were able to hear us out there on the road. That's what it was all about.
So what was his role, though? He played a role, it seems like.
Jerry?
Yeah.
Well, he was a great listener, an active listener, and we talked about records a lot and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's important to remember records from home actually mean something back then because nobody streamed back then. Everybody had, even people who weren't into records had records.
I honestly, you know how when you get to be my age, you start thinking about cleaning stuff out.
We don't actually know that, Dave.
No, I know you won't know it till you get here, and believe me, you ain't gonna like it. No, I love it. I love.
Get rid of my mom and my dad. It's like it's all got to go. I mean, they my mom could do a whole show about that. Let it go. And my dad finally came around and let it go. Get rid of it. Go on, Dave.
Yeah, because when you mess up when you're old, you can kind of get away with it. Thank you very much. Look, when John Parker brought a new girlfriend to the studio one night. This is going back again.
Had one every week.
And I go to shake her hand, and we shake hands. And as we're shaking hands, she says, "You mess up a lot, don't you?" So yeah. But So we were playing stuff like Patsy Montana. People don't know who Patsy Montana was, but back in 1930, she had the first million-selling record, and she was one of the first female artists to actually use her own name and be a star.
Is there any plaque for Patsy Montana? We got to get a plaque for Patsy Montana.
Yeah.
We should actually here in the Fastport Studios, by the way. Big thanks to Fastport for making the studio available to us. We should actually get a plaque, the Patsy Montana plaque here at the new Road Gang Studios.
I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah, plaque for Patsy. Plaque for Patsy. Patsy plaque. Patsy plaque. Tara, we're almost out of time here. You get one more.
Whew, I have 3. Oh gosh, let's hurry. This long recording did not have a theme song or a jingle in it, so the comments were flooded with people trying to recall the theme song. People were commenting back and forth to each other, trying to figure it out. This one says, trying to get a copy of the opening theme song to the show. It started with a truck starting up and the lines, full moon, full tanks. We're driving all night on the Road Gang. If someone could link it, I'd appreciate it. Someone else was like, who did the Road Gang jingle? That was a sharp theme. Would be cool if someone could dig it up and post it. So it sparked a mini sing-along in the comments, and I'm not going to sing it because I don't know it, but the people were like, you're on the Road Gang coast to coast, and then that's all they remembered. Someone else said the end of the hour ID was this retro 70s chorus, 87 WWL ... New Orleans, something like that. And then finally, there's a long one, and this should ring a bell to OG Road Gang members, but it's really long, and it says, evening, folks, how you was? What's happening, friend? It's time for another show. Maybe you're driving coast to coast on some trip. Maybe you're herding one of those big rigs with a hot load of freight trying to keep it between the ditches. Or maybe you're in the ditches, on a tanker, freighter, tug, or tow. Maybe you're just sitting at home, down in the dumps, not feeling too good. Well, we're going to do something about that right here on the Charlie Douglas Quack Quack Road Gang on WWL, way down yonder in New Orleans with your host, Dave Nemo.
Okay, that was Charlie's opening spiel on the show every night. He did that live. That was a pretty good recollection of it. The Quack Quack was actually a little, you know those little horns you put on a kid's bike with a little ball?
Yes.
That was that, and he used to use that horn.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking more duck, so that's cool to know kind of more of what that sound was versus a duck.
It was a little horn.
Tara, we are out of time, my sister. You got to come back
Wow.
next Monday and give us the rest of all the stuff that's going on over there.
Yes.
And by the way, that's the kind of comments we'd like on our pages as well, guys. So jump in the conversation on the tube of you, on the book of face. Get down, get dirty, get up, and truck down. Go to truckdown.com and find out about the people who actually can hook you up in 50 states and 8 of the 10 provinces. Truckdown.com's been doing it since 1997. This has been Breaker Back Talk with our good friend, Touchdown Turtle, the pterodactyl. Thank you, sister.
Thank you, guys. I'll see you later.
This is Nemo Nation, broadcasting live from the Fastport Studios at the historic Degas House in the city of New Orleans, or New Orleans, or Nolans. Don't say Nolans. Please don't say Nolans. Don't say Chi-Town. Don't say San Fran. Don't say the Big Apple. And don't say Nolans. Ain't no such place. We exist here in the city of New Orleans. Phone Master Dre, let's go to the rest of our day. We have time for a couple of phone calls, by the way, 615-292-6366. Jump into the conversation. This show has Dave's name on it because this show is Dave.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the Chicken Parm Stack, the Big Country Combo, or the Ultimate Smash Melt. The Ultimate Smash Melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Live hard, drive hard. Shady Rays has got you. If you want a pair of sunglasses that keeps up with your adventure on the road, Shady Rays has got you. If you want to keep your eyes on the journey ahead with a price point right for your lifestyle, Shady Rays has got you. Premium polarized sunglasses with a lost and broken protection program and 30-day risk-free returns and exchanges. Drop in that code RadioNemo at ShadyRays.com and get a 35% discount and make sure you can see where the action is. They got you at ShadyRays.com.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Back to the talk that drives America. This is Nemo Nation. So let's rejoin good old Dave and Jimmy live from the Fastport Studios.
This bad dad joke is a responsibility of, well, actually it's not the responsibility of, but it is brought to you by ShadyRays.com. The joke's on you if you don't head on over to ShadyRays.com for their lost and broken protection plan, their joyful customer service, and a chance to look cooler than an iced tea on an Alabama porch. Ooh. Go to ShadyRays.com. Dave, what did the brake say to the tire?
What did the brake say to the tire? I don't know.
You're the only one that can stop me. Paul, by the way, is calling from the open road. I apologize for nothing. This was not the responsibility of Shady Rays. This was the responsibility of me and me alone. Hey, Paul, good morning. Welcome to Nemo Nation.
Howdy.
What's going on?
Well, you're talking about T-shirts. I have quite a collection of Pittsburgh Power T-shirts because usually when I go there, I end up spending quite a bit of money. He'll give you a T-shirt because it's cheap advertising for him. So. Yeah, for good product. Yeah. Yeah,
I mean, and it's a good deal, by the way. And you know, I'm actually supposed to talk to Eric Mosier today, and we're talking about the segment and talking about when it's going to be kind of bouncing back onto the air because Eric and I really enjoy our time together. He's a good dude. He's on vacation right now, and I said, well, why would you want to call me? He said, I got to get away from these people. I got to get away from these people. He said, can you find any time? He said, give me a reason to talk to you, please. Let me give you a call. I got to get away from these people. How you doing?
He's kidding, of course.
No, I'm not.
Oh.
No, I'm not. Go.
He's very knowledgeable, which all of the guys up there are very knowledgeable about your truck. So.
Well, and the other thing is about those guys, too, I want to make really clear, is the thing I really enjoy is, you know, Paul, I know enough that if you lifted up a hood, I would know what I was looking at. And I would know exactly what I was looking at. I would know how to fix it. What I really love about them is there's a lot of people that know what they're looking at. There's a lot of people who don't know how to explain what they're looking at and don't know how to explain why you need to get done what you get done. Eric Mosier is maybe the best person I have ever met. He's up there with remember that show Car Talk that used to be on NPR? Mm-hmm. He is right up there.
Yeah, Click and Clack.
Yeah, Click and Clack.
Oh, yeah.
He is right up there in regards to his ability to kind of talk to people in a way that makes it fun. And the best part about Eric is he never makes anybody feel stupid. Nobody is stupid because of what they don't know. As far as he's concerned,
a lot of people can do that by themselves.
Yeah, they're pretty good at it. But what he's really
Sometimes
great,
need help.
yeah, he's really great at making people feel like, no, you don't know because I haven't told you yet. And that's a really great gift that a lot of people have. You know, how are you doing, man? How's family? How's friends? How's your life holding up?
It's been a rough 12 months, but I got a backup plan. When I get knocked down, I'll get back up. So.
Oh, man. Okay, this bad dad joke was brought to you by Shady Rays. What the hell?
Yeah. So, but yeah, it's the second half of the year. Consistency is what I'm after because in the auto transport industry, it's been so up and down. It's like, yeah, we got freight, and then a week later, yeah, we don't got nothing. So it's been, and then between truck breakdowns and various things, it's been a tough 12 months. So
I can
I'll
imagine.
survive.
I can imagine. The thing is about the market that's so crazy, Dean and I talk about this a lot too, Dave, is that it's not a matter of good market, good, bad market, I understand. This market is the biggest problem. You hit the nail on the head is, there's a great joke about New Orleans. If you don't like the neighborhood, give it a block. And that's the problem a lot of time with this market. It feels like if you don't like the weather, give it an hour.
Wait for a day.
Just wait for a day. Go around the block, and things are going to change. And that's been the big thing. You can't plan. Have you found that's the problem? Is that you can't okay, this is the reality of what we're in. I got to have a plan to deal with this reality. The reality changes on a weekly basis, right?
Exactly. Yeah, because so I'll get rid of this load I got today, but I only started my week on Thursday, so I may be able to go get another load today, a short load today, but then I'll go home, do a 34-hour break. Well, then I'll probably just do a couple of short local loads, and the rest of the week give me something to do, but because I won't be home for July the 4th.
Right.
And so
that's exactly it. It's like basically you're almost kind of having to pick up bits and pieces, and it's like you're not working ahead. You're working in the moment, which is not a good place to be for a truck driver. You want to live in the moment, but you don't want to work in the moment. It's like Jody talks about it all the time. You want to be about 3 to 4 weeks ahead of knowing where you're going to be and what's going to come next. Does that sound about right? Tell me if I got that wrong.
Well, I'd like to know 3 or 4 weeks ahead, but sometimes you don't even know 3 or 4 days.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, so, but because the new normal is there ain't no normal, so that seems to be it anyway. So
yeah, we're gonna call it the new abnormal. How about that?
Yeah, you made a comment about the environment.
Mm-hmm.
Well, a lot of the environmentalists you should buy an electric car. It's good for the environment.
No, it's not.
I don't hear them. I don't hear them saying anything about the electric cars that caught fire on the boat that sunk last week or whenever it was out there in the Pacific Ocean. So there's now another 3,000 odd vehicles at the bottom of the ocean. I don't hear anybody talking about the environment.
Well, the other thing
happened to that.
The other thing is too is and there's nothing to dive for either. Isn't like there's any kind of valuable scrap down there. Not like we can't even go get anything cool. Paul, we got to let you go because our first guest is rolling in here now. But we love hearing from you, man. Keep on calling, keep hanging in there. Thank you, Paul.
Okay, see you later, alligator.
After a while, crocodile. Hey, he's known as the bodacious cowboy, always ready to saddle up and get things done. We're going to be talking in a moment here to Jeff Dickinson. Dave, you want to unpack that a little bit? Because I don't want to say those, I don't want to say those 3 Fs too fast because I might get tongue-tied and twisted like a burned-out misfit eye. What you got?
Jeff Dickinson is about to join us. And as you're correct, the bodacious cowboy. He's the president and CEO of RGTX Logistics Solutions. And we're going to kind of zero in on Jeff's chairmanship of the Freight Fraud Task Force. And yeah, you got to really slow yourself down on that one. The Freight Fraud Task Force. And this is becoming a problem that has exploded.
Well, and I think it's the uncertainties of the markets, too.
Mm-hmm.
I think as people get desperate and as the economy lurches, I guess the best way to describe the economy right now is that it lurches. It's almost like the engine can't turn over. It's less a matter of depression, recession, or a boom expansion, and more a matter of, I don't know what's going to happen next, and I think the uncertainty creates a space for fraud. That's what I think is happening here. We got him on the phone, by the way, Dave. He is here.
We do. And before we say good morning to Jeff, I just want to say he is also the host of the podcast, The Storytelling Chronicles, Empowering Women into Logistics, and This Old Doghouse Logistics Podcast. I don't know if that's a takeoff on This Old House or if it's a takeoff on the old cab-overs with the doghouses. Hey, Jeff, good morning.
Good morning, Dave. How are you, sir?
Fantastic. It's great to have you with us on the program here, and welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Well, let me ask you that question, though. This Old Doghouse Logistics Podcast, that pun could go two ways, so what does the old doghouse refer to?
Yeah, it's about, I've been in the business since 1980, right before deregulation. So
Right.
we talk about the old school and what happened back then, and the technology that has erected over that time, and how things have changed. And we bring in, some of the old guys on the show that talk about the old times and how we did things, and the things that we did much different than what we see today. Not that I'm anti technology, that's how I got through the decades, is adaptability, to what's going on in the world in logistics.
Yeah, so this old doghouse does refer to the doghouse in the middle of that cab over.
Pretty much.
Yeah, yeah.
You bring up a really great point. We have a segment on the show we do on a monthly basis called "The Future Was Yesterday." It's a phrase that Dave coined, and the idea is that we can learn a lot about what is happening now from really taking a good hard look about what was happening back then. I mean, the great example, of course, is the fact that as we move into more electric vehicles, maybe it might behoove us to go back and look at what trucking and driving were like back at the turn of the other century when it was electric vehicles fighting for supremacy against petro-driven equipment. I wanted to kind of ask you in regards to, talking with the old timers, going back in the day as a guy who actually has kept up with the newfangled technologies, if you feel like those conversations give you any insight into what is happening now, and if the echoes of the past are relevant to what's going on in the industry today. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and that's a great question. First and foremost, I love truckers. I've been collaborating with truckers for the last 45 years, and I know how to build long-term business relationships. I take care of the guys that move, the products in America and around the world. And one thing that I've noticed, and we talk quite a bit about that, and I think you'll agree with me on this, Dave, is that there was more respect for the job as a truck driver back in the day when they wore uniforms and caps, and they were very clean, and they were respectful towards their dispatchers and their owners and their customers. Whether you were a service provider or a shipper, they were there for you. They were in the weeds and taking care of you. The problem now is that we don't see too much of that, Dave. There's been a disrespect on many different sides. I hate to say it, with the problem of not letting the drivers use restrooms at shipper facilities. That may be a problem from the people that don't, take care of themselves. Let's put it that way. That causes these problems. But things have to change, Dave. We have to get back to that time where, people respected the people that took care of them.
I want to throw this to Dave because it's really great. Jeff Dickinson brings this up. And by the way, guys, go to rgtxlogistics.com is where you want to head to find out more information. That's his business website. You talk about that too, Dave, that the great struggle with bathroom usage right now, yes, they should be more open to letting people use the bathroom, but you also have pointed out sometimes people getting angry at you, point out the fact that you need to be the kind of person that people want to use their bathrooms, right? That's fair, right?
Oh, yeah, correct, Jeff. Back, I want to say about 20, maybe 25 years ago, there was the Ontario Mills Shopping Center out in California, Ontario, California, on I-10. There was a big TA on the south side of I-10. On the north side was the shopping center, and it was a wonderful place, all kinds of shops. Obviously, they had movie theater, the restaurants,
food court,
the whole nice thing. So when you wanted to be there, so I got a call one night from a truck driver who said, "Well, they've kicked all of the trucks off the lot, but they let the RVers stay. So it's not about weight." And I thought, oh boy, this is horrible. So we find out, we get lawyers involved, Jeff, and we go out there and find out. Well, yeah, because when the RVers leave, you never knew they were there. They did the Boy Scout thing. They cleaned up after themselves, and when you took a look at where the trucks were, there was nothing but pee bottles and other things and trash, and they got tired of it. And I got to tell you that I don't think somebody walked into the office on Monday morning and said, I had a dream about a truck driver. I don't want them in our bathrooms anymore. Yeah, me neither. That's it. No, there was a reason. And I've seen some things at truck stops in the restrooms there, and my wife actually said the same thing about ladies. So there is two sides to that coin, but deregulation, I want to kind of circle back to where this all started. You're right. I started my radio career on trucking radio in 1972 with Charlie Douglas, and he told me a lot of things, but one of the things he told me was that a driver can spot a phony a mile away. They've been lied to, cheated, shortchanged every day. So you got to be who you are. Don't pretend to be somebody you're not, and they'll accept you or not. He says, tell you what, this is right before the Arab oil embargo. You send them 5 hit records if they send you a shoulder patch. We covered the walls from floor to ceiling in shoulder patches because guys had a dress code. I'm not going to repeat what you just said, Jeff, because you said it right. Deregulation opened up a lot of doors, and one of them was the door to Pandora's box. I mean, that's the way it works.
Yes, very much so. And it's just a shame. And from transparency to respect to understanding. And I say this all the time about brokers and everything like that. That they have to learn and understand how the other side works. Go for a ride with a truck driver, see what they go through day in and day out, and why they struggle and why they feel the way that they do. So when they come into your facility, you kind of have a better understanding, because they're under these pressures, especially with the economy and the way that it's been working for the last 3 years. It's not going to get any better, Dave, over the remainder of this year. The way that I see it, I think we're not going to see an improvement until probably the first or second quarter of last year. And you talk about Dean Krug. Dean Krug and myself are good friends. We talk about this all the time.
Mm-hmm. I've seen you on podcasts with him. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and he, he's dead on that. I mean, we've got an upswing right now. 26th week of the year, and we see a 16% increase in volumes. But that's not going to, be a steady thing for the remainder of the year. Of course, after the holiday, that's going to come down. But it's horrendous out there. And as Dean and I say, these truck drivers out there are so lean that they're one breakdown away from bankruptcy. And you and I have seen that. We've seen a lot of really good carriers out there, mom and pops, as well as big asset carriers that are folding.
Let me ask you something. We've only got a limited time here on this rapid fire setup we've got going on here. So I was kind of curious, what you're looking at over the next couple of weeks. Are there any indicators in the market, any indicators in your POV, your neck of the woods, that are going to tell you what the next couple of weeks are going to be like? And are there any announcements in regards to rules, regulations, or changes in the industry that people should be paying attention to right now?
Yeah, that's a big roll of the dice. Where there was a window of opportunity that we thought that, maybe, just maybe, that the recession, freight recession, was going to be over. Then we got slammed with tariffs, and that put a lot of pressure on that. That we don't know how that's going to change in the next couple of weeks, because it's all over the place, as you well know. It's up and down. It's one thing this week, something next week. So it's volatile. It's a very volatile market. There's not going to be a peak season. I don't think so. It's very tough for the guys out there, and that's why they're not doing, their pre-check inspections. I hear it all the time from other drivers as well, because they just don't have finances to get a set of tires and make those repairs to their vehicles. So it's very tough to determine. Dean and I have talked about this a lot too, and you can't pinpoint it. There's no aha moment where it's going to say this vertical is the vertical that's going to change everything and switch the market. It's just not there right now.
Yeah, the whole I get you. And I had a phrase that I was going to throw at you, and I forgot what it was now, but I've been doing that all morning. But the structure is kind of okay. The seasons are no longer. They don't exist anymore because of tariffs and other things. Not just the tariffs, but a lot of stuff. So you can't say, well, it's bad right now, but I know in August things are going to pick up.
Yeah, because everything back to school has already been stocked.
Yeah.
They're ready to go. They've got to be ready to go. They've had to make their adjustments and make their orders already, right? I mean, that's what we're talking about. We don't have much time left. I do want you really quickly to tell us before we get out of here where you got the name the Bodacious Cowboy. How'd you get that?
Real quick, a good friend of mine in Boston walked into a liquor store and saw this halo of a cowboy that kind of looked like me on it, and he goes, "Boy, that's bodacious." And then he goes, "Ah." And we're really good friends. And I used to own horses and stuff like that, so I was somewhat of a cowboy on the side. So that's how the Bodacious Cowboy got,
and that
put
is
out there. And
only way you can get a handle is when somebody gives it to you. That is perfect.
Absolute perfection. President and CEO of RGTX. He's the chairman of the Freight Fraud Task Force. Jeff, we're going to get you back here sooner rather than later to talk about freight fraud.
Yeah, because I thought we were going to go there, and we didn't, but that's the way it is.
But it's your first time on the show, though, and we really wanted to get introductions done and give people a sense of your bona fides and your expertise. Promise us you'll come back sooner rather than later. Okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you, man.
Would love to have you back. Thank you, Jeff Dickinson.
Have a great day, guys.
You
Appreciate
too.
You.
RGTXlogistics.com is Jeff's website. And then, of course, look for the Freight Fraud Task Force.
And they're over on LinkedIn at the Freight Fraud Task Force, LLC. Check them out over there. By the way, Fast and Furious, Dave, here we go again. We got another Dave showing up here. Good morning to you. You want to get this? You worked on this pronunciation, so I'm going to let you get it right.
You got it.
It's David.
Yeah.
David Kiva is joining us. He heads up the EDF Action Group, the Environmental Defense Fund Action Group, edfaction.org. And David, good morning and welcome.
Good morning to you, Dave. Thank you for having me on.
Oh, it's great to have you with us. One of the things, it's funny, you know stuff and you feel stuff and you deal with stuff and you try to tell somebody else what you're dealing with and they say, yeah, I get it, and they don't really get it. It's down to it's in families, it's in groups, it's in schools, and it's in the country in terms of me being a citizen, you being a citizen, and the government people are the folks we need to make understand, but they live in a different world than we do. And I don't mean that in a disparaging way. It's a different world. And it's not about rich or poor so much as it is about logistics. So is that the biggest challenge for our environment right now, giving people who push the buttons and sign the checks to understand what's going on, to take a moment? Obviously, they would understand if they knew what was going on. Why don't they know?
Gosh, well, that's a really open-ended question, Dave, that I could take in a bunch of different directions. But what you said about how you understand something and the person you're talking to might shake their head, but it's clear that they don't because they don't know as much as you do, deeply resonates with me. I was in the car taking my kids to camp this morning, and my son asked me, he said, Dad, are you nervous about this interview? And I said, yes. He said, why? I said, well, it's always a good idea to be nervous when the people you're talking to know a lot more about the subject you're talking about than you do. And I think the biggest challenge for me as an environmental advocate is I view myself basically as a salesman for the notion of climate progress and for the idea that an electric future is going to be better for all of us. And then the second thing that I sell is the idea that political participation matters and that people have an individual voice. So I'm so delighted to be on here because, Dave, you've done this for a really long time, first on terrestrial radio, as they used to call it, then on satellite radio, and congratulations on your new venture. But you've built a really powerful audience of people who are absolutely critical to the supply chain, who are the supply chain. And I'm excited to talk about the electric future that we're facing, or that we've got in front of us. But I'm also anxious about some of the policies that the government seems to be advancing very, very quickly, and the harms that those will have for all of us.
David, I wanted to kind of bring Jimmy Mack here, by the way. I wanted to kind of ask you, because it's been a real kind of pet peeve of mine, and one that you don't suffer from, by the way. So it's one of the reasons we asked you on this show. One of the biggest problems that I think a lot of people have with a more proactive environmental policy is that it often is, now put on your hair shirt, you deserve this. Now suffer because you've had this coming for a long time. And there are people out there who are pitching the idea, hey, if you do this right, you can have a lot of fun and make some money. Because there's nothing better than asking people to go on an adventure where there's the potential for profit, where there's the potential for an environment in which productivity is raised because the environment is better, our lives are better, there's more fun to be had. And so I would kind of ask you that first question, how can we advocate to people who work in an industry where their very livelihoods depend upon the continued use of diesel for the foreseeable future, and let them know, hey man, when we get this all worked out, this is going to be a blast, because we've got people like Jim Park who come on this show who just love electric trucks and love hydrogen vehicles, but even they struggle with how do we get these things online when they drain so much power from other resources. Am I making sense?
Yeah, you're making complete sense, and I agree completely. And as a general matter, I think telling people what they can have is a much better approach than telling people what you're going to have to take away from them. And that's very consistent with what the Environmental Defense Fund's approach has always been. We work with state and local governments to try to create incentives to make adoption of electric trucks and electric fleets far more widespread. And in places like Texas, we've actually worked to make sure that independent operators have an opportunity to ride along with their larger partners who are out there and qualify for the same sets of incentives. But when we talk about electric trucks, I think sometimes when we talk about the future, people in their minds, like I view everything in the world through kind of a cartoonish lens, people think about the Jetsons. And what's important for me is to make clear that we're not talking about the Jetsons or something that feels very, very far off. We're talking about the near term. We're talking about looking around the truck stop and seeing the newest, coolest truck in the lot that happens to be all electric. And one of the things that our studies have also found is the transition to an electric fleet has huge benefits that maybe you don't even think about, including it makes it easier for recruitment and for retention of drivers who want to be behind the wheel of the coolest trucks.
David, you're not going to believe this. The time is so limited here. I don't want to run you up the street. What I want to do, though, is I want to invite you back. We have a longer segment on Mondays at the end of the show. We would like to have a more in-depth conversation with you down the line in the next couple of weeks. Can you make yourself available for that? Like I said, we do 10 minutes on a bite here for the first 2 hours, and we don't want to run you off because you got a really important message. Promise us you'll come back.
I do. I really, really look forward to it, Jimmy and Dave, and I welcome the opportunity.
Okay, we're going to get his bona fides out here, too, by the way, Dave. David, would you do us the solid of letting people know all the places they can find out all about you and all your information, please?
Absolutely. I'm the president of EDF Action. That's EDF Action. You can go to our website, edfaction.org. We're advocating for the policies of the Environmental Defense Fund, including offering a fleet electrification solution center for operators who are interested in learning more. That website's a little bit easier to swallow down than edfaction.org. That's just electricfleet.org. So you can learn more about how easy it is to get behind an electric truck at that website.
David, leave next Monday open. We're going to get you on for a longer conversation because this is something worth digging into and really kind of getting into the weeds on. Okay?
I'd welcome the opportunity and grateful for the chance to be with you guys this morning.
We will consider this an introduction to David, like we are. Every time somebody appears the first time, we got to figure out who they are and what they do. We know this. We want you guys to figure this out. David's going to come back. We're going to set this up and get this going. It's a longer conversation, Dave. There's a lot of interesting stuff.
Yeah, and the approach that I think, David, that you are alluding to in some of the notes and everything too, is that we got to get the if you're going to make people in Washington hear you, then you got to put a dollar sign in front of it. They've got to understand where the economics are. And the other thing, too, is the approach.
Yeah, and by the way, that's what David's really going to focus on when he comes back and talks to us again. We got this new format is wonderful. It's also fast and furious. Phone Master Dre, break us away as I continue to thank our friends from truckdown.com. Go to truckdown.com. They've been doing it since '97, getting you out of the ditch, back on the road, hooking up maintenance providers with truckers. Truckdown.com.
Wait a minute. Are you running all of your rig's accessories?
All of them. You like that?
No, why would I? Your engine's turned off.
That means I ain't violating no idling laws. You like that?
No, why would I? That means you're running off your battery.
I'm running on an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, why? Wait. Did you say an Odyssey battery?
Odyssey battery. Rugged, maintenance-free, thin plate pure lead technology, and massive deep cycling capability. Plenty of reserve power to run onboard accessories. Engine on or off. Twice the power, 3 times the life of conventional batteries. That's an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, I don't like that. I love that. Wait a minute. The crickets stopped.
Odyssey hasn't.
Get yourself an Odyssey battery. Performance you can count on.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Got an email from Tommy Rook. Tommy heads up MCIEF. He is that's the Motor Carrier Insurance Education Foundation. Bridget Blitch and I have been over to Orlando a few times, broadcasting from the annual convention. But he was listening when Jeff Dickinson was on, and Tommy says he is part of the Freight Fraud Task Force as well. The Freight Fraud Task Force just started, of course, and he says hopefully we'll make a difference. So obviously freight theft has been something that has been around since the first wagon from Rome left on the Appian Way, so to speak. But freight fraud is a technologically available crime.
Well, yeah, it's morphed. I mean, the fact of the matter is, wherever there is a place to steal, the people who are going to steal are going to find a place to steal from, whether it is on a road, whether it is in the open air, or whether it is inside the internet with all its newfangled technologies and its tubes with the liquids, I think, running through it. Phone Master Dre, would you care to do the introductions?
Ooh, let me do it real quick. We are back to the talk that drives America. This is Nemo Nation. Let's rejoin Dave and Jimmy.
Oh, by the way, we were on the air, Dave. We were on the air. I mean, Dave,
we were on the air.
Oh, yeah, we were on the air just now.
Okay.
Jimmy Mack, Dave Nemo, and of course, Phone Master Dre taking us down the highway.
You did great, Dave.
By the way, this national
hi, Tommy.
Yeah, this National Day of is celebrated. Tommy's not here yet. No, National Day of This National Day of Celebration is celebrated by Truckdown.com because the quickest way back to the party is Truckdown.com. Since 1997, Truckdown has been a cause for celebration for truckers and trucking companies looking for a maintenance provider. Go to Truckdown.com and get back to enjoying all the national days of, like, by the way, Sweet Meteor of Death. It's National Meteor Day. Sweet Asteroid of Death. It's National Asteroid Day. And if you like things that move fast but want them on the ground, it's also National Corvette Day. You sent me some great information as well about that last week. Dave. It's also Social Media Day, which was a perfect day for Tara the Turtle to join us. Big thanks to her. We're still trying to get Cody Kohler here on the show. You can find him, by the way. He'll be joining us again if he doesn't get a chance to get in really quickly. Howard Yaris will be joining us in just a little bit here. Go to AAND, that's double AANDZ trucking.com, and you can find out all about Cody, who will be joining us either today or, maybe down the line. Not apologies to David or apologies to Jeff either. One of the things that this new format is doing is we are trying to build up a stable of contributors here. And that's an important thing, right, Dave?
Indeed, absolutely.
And so when we bring in these contributors for the first time, many of them their first time on the show, even some of them the first time talking to Dave, we want you to get to know them first. So if we don't always get to the exact thing that we were going to talk about, they're going to be back. We've had over 90 guests on this show in less than 4 weeks. Actually, in 3 weeks and 1 day. We used to do 7 days a week. We now do 5. We now have our weekends off. Speaking of that, by the way, you sent me a text yesterday where you asked me how your weekend's going. And I'm going to be really honest, and I hope all of our colleagues are listening, every single one of them, when I say this. I used to have Mondays, Tuesdays, and part of Wednesdays off because I did Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I didn't. And you understand why, right? Because while the idea of me calling any of my colleagues after a show on a weekend would have been like, hey, man, it's the weekend. What are you doing? Why are you bothering me? I got kids to do stuff with, and I got places to go, and shopping to do, and gardening to do, and all that kind of stuff. If I call them, that's what I would get. But on Mondays and Tuesdays, I would start my weekend, Dave, and immediately my phone would ring, every single person. Well, what's going on with this? What's going on with that? We got to have a meeting. We got to talk about this. We got to talk about that. Having the weekends off is such a strange experience. And I never realized how wonderful they were until I got them back. It's been 10 years almost, 8 years, 9 years of working weekends, and to finally have them off is not a matter of me working less. It's a matter of me being able to do my work in peace, because I know on Saturday morning ain't nobody calling me except for Dre, who calls me occasionally to be like, "What you doing? What cartoons you watching?" I can hear kids in the background when he calls. My favorite thing about having weekends off as a company has been the fact that Phone Master Dre has finally been getting days off, which must be extraordinary. I wanted to ask that because it's 2.5 years. People don't understand. 2.5 years of Dre actually working 7 days a week, Dave. Working 7 days a week. What is it like to actually have those days off?
I'm going to be honest with you, rested, if that's the key word, but it is fantastic. But at the same time, my body doesn't know what to do. It's like, hey, man, what are you doing? You need to be moving right now. Why? You're taking a nap on a Saturday? Nah.
I can't tell you the number of times since we started this that I've woken up on Sunday morning feeling like Dick Vermeil in his office for the Philadelphia Eagles, being like, what's going on?
Yeah.
Did I miss something? Is something happening?
I'll tell you the one thing that I'm loving about this 100% is actually when my girlfriend's 7-year-old comes up to me, hey, you staying with us tonight? And usually I have to be like, I can't because I got to go to work, or I am, but I'm going to be gone before you wake up. I get to make them breakfast, man, and that's what I am loving. I can wake up with them because the 7-year-old's first thing is she comes up in there and she's like, hey, you want to play some video games and make mom coffee? I'm like, 100%. I would love to do that with you on a Saturday.
It's nice.
It's a beautiful thing.
It's nice. I mean, it's nice. How's it been having days off, Dave?
Yeah, Dave.
I mean, how's it been?
It's wonderful.
I mean, you have a little more time now.
Yeah.
I mean, it must have been.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the old joke, you said, how long did it take you to adjust to working days? And you said a day. How long did this adjustment take you?
A day.
A day?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
I'm a fast adapter.
But has it been great?
Mm-hmm.
Has it been wonderful?
Yeah.
I mean, fantastic. 615-292-6366. Who we got on the phone, Dre?
Oh, man, I'm not even going to see who it is. I already know who it is. It's old Weasel. He's
Hey,
hanging
Weasel,
out.
what's going on? We'll get our next guest set up, and we'll talk to Weasel here. What's going on, Weasel?
Hey, morning, folks.
Good morning. Good morning.
You guys are talking about people being disgusting in bathrooms. And there's a place up in Cold Springs, Minnesota, and they had a bathroom, drivers to use, right by where you check in. and they had a big sign in there that said, if you don't quit wiping feces on the wall, we are going to close the bathroom. And I happened to ask the gal at the desk, I said, are you sure that's all drivers doing that? And she says, yes, only drivers use that one. The only employee that goes in there is the one that cleans it. The people in the production side have their own bathrooms. The people in the office side have their bathroom. So, yeah, it's drivers doing it. So, anyway, I get up there again in January, and I pull in the lot, and I see a bunch of porta potties. And can you about imagine using a porta potty in northern Minnesota in January?
I can imagine it.
Yeah.
I want to stop thinking about it right now. I wanted to throw something against you and Dave, because if Jeff, Dave, and I had more time to talk, there were so many doors that he opened. I still have the theory that the reason why UPS drivers always win their strikes is because the people who they deliver to know them and like them. And I think that they are the most, I think of all the union members that go on strike, they are the most humanized. And I don't mean that they're more human, but that everybody knows them and everybody likes them.
Chris is our UPS guy. Been knowing him now for 10 years.
Yeah, and I would argue that the uniform, the presentation of themselves, and the fact that they all look like they could have led the raid on Entebbe makes a big difference as well, too. Because the dude that drops off stuff here, Weasel, I mean, this dude looks like he could go 15 rounds with Mike Tyson, who, by the way, turns 59 today. I did that very well, I think.
You did.
Happy birthday to Mike Tyson.
He's been waiting to bring in Tyson's birthday all morning.
All morning. And by the way, it's also Michael Phelps' birthday. You want to feel old, Weasel? You ready to feel really old? You know how old Michael Phelps is today? You ready?
He's not near as old as what we are.
He's 40 years old. Michael Phelps is 40 years old today. Let that sink. Let that sink in, brother. We got to get our next guest on here, Howard, but Weasel, final thought.
Real quick, did you see that viral video? I don't know if it went viral, but the UPS guy doing the slip and slide over the weekend?
I haven't.
Last week?
I haven't, and we're going to tell Tara to go find it and post it. Got to find it and post it now. What happened?
It was just a hot day out, and some kids, teenagers mostly, were playing on a slip and slide. UPS driver drops off a package, takes a run at the slip and slide, and he slides down it.
And that's why UPS won their strike. Thank you, Weasel.
You bet. Thank you, folks. You guys have a good day.
Thanks, Weasel.
We got a new guest coming on here right now. Once again, another person joining the team over at Nemo Nation, the rapid fire show that doesn't let up, actually tries to encapsulate the news the same way you encapsulate your job. Rapid fire, over the road, with quick hits, quick bites, and quick drop-offs. Dave, do the introductions, by the way.
Well, the guy coming on right now is an economist, a professor, an attorney, a businessman, an activist. He's taught a variety of courses on economics and businesses. He currently teaches at New York University. I could go on and on and on, and I would, but if we had time. But I'm just going to back up and say I saw Howard Yaris on a podcast with Kim Carson, and he was talking about his childhood, and he says, he's the guy whose parents wouldn't open a bank. Howard, good morning.
Good morning. Great to be here.
You remember saying that?
I sure do.
And but you have really didn't open a bank, but you know all about it, and you've written a book that's going to be republished coming up, well, almost next month in August, on August 5th to be exact. The book is Understandable Economics, because understanding our economy is easier than you think and more important than you know. And, you know, from that title, boy, I don't want to throw shade on Washington, but it's easier than you think. It has to be, because the people in Washington couldn't handle anything more difficult than what we have right now.
Well, actually, they're not handling it.
Well, yeah, exactly.
Most people. So it may not be. That's not an indication that it's easier than you think, but it really is. But even as easy as it is, I think there are a lot of people who are intimidated by it, alienated by it, confused by it. So I wrote the book. So many books on economics have all this jargon, all these formulas, all these graphs. It's and it impedes understanding. And so I tried to write a book that reads like entertaining narrative nonfiction that attempts to explain it all. And so that was the motivation for the book.
I'll tell you this, there's nothing worse than, and we read a lot of books around here. We have a thing called the Sleeper Cab Library. We talk to a lot of different authors. And when it comes to books like the kind that you're writing, this is exactly what we gravitate towards, because the one thing I hate about reading a book, and I've been to a lot of school in my life, is when I feel like about 2 chapters in, am I going to be tested on this later? That creeping feeling begins to kind of creep into the back of my spine. This book does something different. I mean, it really kind of gets down to using metaphors, the idea of like explaining it in a way that people at the kitchen table can really understand it. Not to know the in-depth numbers and all the data points, but to really have an overall sense of the kind of macro view of the economy and how it functions. That's fair, right?
Oh, absolutely fair. It's mathematics is important to tease out the precision about how things relate to each other. But the big concepts, the general relationships between, well, you're printing too much money, there's going to be inflation, should become apparent if you just think about it. Again, the precision, you would need some math. But if you want to get a big picture of how the economy works, you don't need math. And it's so important, this is the other part of the subtitle, to understand it, because how could you trust the quote-unquote experts or the politicians to have the same values you do? Again, economics is about how we allocate all our society produces. And that's, it's important to imbue that with values, with our judgments as to what's fair and what's right. You don't get that by plugging numbers into a formula. Citizens have to be engaged in these decisions to have outcomes that they like.
It seems to me, though, and I don't want to stretch this out into this, quasi-philosophical thing, Howard. Howard Yaris is with us, and we're talking about his book right now that's going to be, the updated version comes out on August 5. Understandable, not understanding, but understandable economics, because understanding our economy is easier than you think and more important than you know. Look, when I was a kid, I'm 76 years old, so I'm a little boy in the 50s. And I remember, and this is post-World War II now, of course, Korea and everything. So all of those guys are coming back. But the whole thing was about, the future of your family, posterity, what you're building for your family in the future. I don't see that now. I think people just want to know what's coming up this week. They don't care about the environment. They don't. All of that stuff for the future generations is just like, hey, they're on their own. Good luck to them. How cynical is that? But am I a cynic now? I just don't know. I just don't see where people care anymore on a national level.
Cynical. I think you're just looking at what's going on. It seems very unfortunate. As someone said, the pendulum in America never seems to land in the middle. It always seems to go from one extreme to the other.
Yes.
And that's the problem we're facing now. And there seems to be an overreaction. I know this is not economics, but the government ignored the border for a while, and now the pendulum has swung entirely the other way. There has to be some middle way. And in the book, I try to be nonpartisan. I try to give people information to help them understand the economy. And people may reach different conclusions than I do about tax cuts for primarily wealthy people, but I just want them to understand what that means, and then to apply their own values and judgment as to what would make a good policy. And so, no, there is this obsession with the short term, and maybe I'll speculate one thing. We're so far removed from World War II, where we all faced this existential threat. We're all metaphorically fat and happy now, so we could afford to be petty, and we can afford to engage in these little skirmishes, and we forget the big picture. So that may be something that's going on.
I was watching a show the other night about this woman who has all these tattoos on her body, and it's a giant map to kind of figuring out, this big giant mystery at the heart of the corruption of the FBI.
Yeah.
And I was watching, I have a friend of mine who actually was a regular recurring guest on a show called Fringe, about fringe science experiments that were happening at the highest level, and it all kind of started by tracing the war in Baghdad and all this kind of stuff. And I'm wondering, and we're going to get back to your actual book and understandable economics here in a second, but I'm wondering also if that fat and happiness has actually led to what I call the boredom of prosperity, and people are looking for an adventure and looking for conflict and looking for strife, and in many ways that's kind of muddied the water about our ability to simply understand the basic, simple truths that are in front of us. People like all the idea that if things are good, maybe there's something behind the scenes that isn't, and boy, wouldn't that be fun.
Or be better.
Yeah.
I always use this example. I'll never forget this. When Brexit was being considered in England, I was watching something on television, and it was this overweight family sitting on a couch watching this flat screen TV, and they said they were for Brexit because they. Oh, by the way, I left out the fact that they were on welfare, what they call in England the dole. So they were being interviewed, and they said, "Well, we can't imagine things getting any worse." And I think this gets back to the World War II thing. They had no concept that 60,000 people died on the streets of London from Nazi bombing.
Yeah.
I think they're just forgetting this is the baseline, that they can't get any worse. They have not seen during their lives anything worse than what they see today. So they feel, well, let's take a chance. Even if they don't think it could be better, they don't realize the risks. They don't understand that it could get so much worse. And I think that's the problem.
I want to pivot here because one of the other things I love about the book is that, you know, the idea that a person can watch television and look, there are certain things that are debatable. There really is a debate about where money, discretionary spending should be allocated. There is a very serious discussion about the size of the federal government, the scope of its powers. All of those things are very worthy of debate. What isn't worthy of debate is the mechanisms of what something does. And I want to kind of start with tariffs here really quickly because the idea that people should be able to watch a television and go, that's not what a tariff does. That whether or not I like the tariff or not or understand it, but that if I don't understand it, how can I have a position on whether or not we should have it? You just kind of want people to understand this is what this is, right? That's the basic foundation.
Absolutely.
Can you talk
and then to make their own decisions.
Yeah. Can you kind of talk about what a tariff is? I mean, we've
Oh, it's very simple. Yeah. And there's a lot of misunderstanding. A tariff is a tax on imported goods. It's like a sales tax on imported goods. So I think most people who hear that could understand how it's going to increase what they have to pay for imported goods. But the point that I make in the book is that it not only increases what you pay for imported goods, it increases what you pay for domestic goods. Because quite simply, if you like French wine that costs $20 a bottle and suddenly becomes $26 because of the tariff, the California winemaker who sells the wine for $20 is going to say, hey, my competitor's price just went from 20 to 26. Maybe I could raise my price now to 24 and not lose any business. So it not only increases the prices of imported goods, and we import a lot of goods, but it allows the domestic producers to increase their price as well without losing any customers, which is what any rational business person would do. If you could raise your price without losing customers, they'd go for it. So it raises all prices. And that's the point I think people should try to get their heads around with regard to tariffs.
So basically, it's a couple of guys sitting in a room and they say, you know, Dave, yeah, we could actually increase our price here and maybe even increase our market share. You would actually be fired for malfeasance if you didn't do that. Your board of directors would want to have a long conversation with you about you better have some kind of forward-thinking Henry Ford model of kind of a sane moment, because if you don't do this, you're fired. I mean, that's the thing, the fiduciary responsibility that you would have to your stockholders. You'd be run up the street for not doing it, right?
It's essentially a no-brainer. And you don't have to increase it to $26 in my example. You can increase it to $24 and still be looked at as
yeah, you don't want to get greedy.
Yeah.
So that's what tariffs do. And also they're being rolled out in such a haphazard way. Someone pointed out that Trump changed the tariffs 50 times. And there is some justification for tariffs to protect certain industries. But the way it's being rolled out, no sane business person is going to invest billions of dollars in a new factory that takes 10 years to build based upon the tariff regime that's coming and going every few hours in Washington. They need some certainty to make that kind of investment.
One of the big words now is disruption, you know, and where does disruption become destruction? Are they, you know, commingled? All right, so the tariffs are one thing, and if you know what it is, you know what it is, and you deal with it. But as you say, let's say up to 50 times the tariff, so nobody knows what's going on anymore. So is this disruption for the sake of disruption because you think you're going to shake something out that nobody's expecting and it's all going to be wonderful? You know what I'm getting at here?
I know exactly what you're getting at, and I'm going to be the rare guest that says, I don't know.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for that.
I can't
Thank
figure
you
it
for
out.
that.
I think there are a lot of guests who will come up with an answer, but they don't know either, quite frankly.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone really knows. I think even if you ask President Trump, I don't think he'd have a good answer to that himself.
I wanted to ask you another basic question a lot of people don't understand, because worries and concerns about the deficit, they come, they go. It depends upon, who needs to get money for a program or a tax cut. That's always how the deficit is kind of run around here. Can you kind of explain the difference between running deficits when interest rates are low and the difference between that when the interest rates are high, and the idea of crowding out investment in the market? Can you kind of give our listeners a really basic understanding of when deficits are good and when deficits are bad?
Oh, that's very easy, and it's often made much more complicated by the people who know about it. Here goes. A deficit, the federal government is just like you and me. They have a certain income, their income is taxes, and a certain amount of spending. And if the spending exceeds the taxes, they have to borrow, just like you. If you're spending $100,000 a year and earning $90,000, you have to borrow $10,000. So what the debt is the accumulation of all that debt. What the federal debt is the accumulation of all that debt over the years. There's about $29 trillion. I always, when I put that on the board in class, I always use all the zeros, dollars of debt out there. That's a lot of money. The proposed bill in front of the Senate literally today would add another $4 trillion to that. And that's, you can question it, and this is where the analogy to yourself works really well. If you borrow money to go to medical school or start a good business, that makes good sense. If you're borrowing money just to, put the grocery bill down the road, no, that doesn't make sense. So it depends what we're borrowing for. And that's where your values and your judgment come in. Debt by itself is not necessarily bad. That's something that also needs to be thought about. But it's a question of what it's being used for. I have my own opinions as to whether the debt right now makes sense. And I guess you could tell by the tone of my voice, no. But in any event, sometimes debt is good. If you're building bridges and infrastructure and educating kids, and yes, I think you could argue that it makes sense. But if you're just pushing expenses down the road, no.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, too, that you can actually people don't realize this, that sometimes by paying down the debt, you can encourage more people to invest in the United States by buying bonds. I mean, you really kind of reassure the bond market. There's all we could actually talk for a long time about this, Howard. We've run out of time here. We're going to have you back. Promise us you're going to come back, please.
Oh, promise me you'll have me back. I'd love to come back.
All right.
We promise.
Howard Yaros joins us this morning. It's YARUSS.com, HowardYaros.com. The name of the book, and it actually gets republished on August the 5th, is Understandable Economics, because understanding our economy is easier than you think and more important than you think. It'll be out from Prometheus Books. It actually is one of those rare economic books that needs an audio book. Do you have any plans to do that?
There is an audiobook, yes. It's an audiobook of the first version. So, yes, the audiobook is out there. The paperback is coming out, as you said, in August. So I hope people take a look, and I look forward to hearing back from you.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you, Howard, for making the time for us today. And by the way, you know what most of our listeners do for a living, Howard, so a lot of them are probably going to get their hands on that Audible and give it a good listen. You guys should do that. Nemo Nation continues in the next hour. We've got Dave Heller coming up, Lane Kidd. Mike is returning for NACFE, and then we're going to have a long-form conversation with Artie Crawford. Before we have the final hour open for phone calls, and Terry Taylor is dropping in to talk about the extravaganza of fun that he actually got a chance to have over in Lawrenceville, Kansas, including getting a chance to hang out with Kevin Smith. We'll be back after these messages. Keep talking on the TubeU. We'll get to some of your comments. Keep talking on the Book of Face. Keep the conversation rumbling, bumbling, stumbling. Touchdown, Tara. Terrific, Tara.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
The mission of Wreaths Across America is unwavering, remembering our fallen heroes, honoring those who are currently serving, along with their families, and most importantly, teaching the next generation about the value of freedom. And you can join our mission with a $17 donation that sponsors a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. Each wreath will be laid in honor of a veteran who gave the ultimate sacrifice for our nation. To sponsor your wreath, please visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
Check out the new over-the-top lineup at participating Country Pride and Iron Skillet restaurants. 3 gigantic sandwiches loaded with flavor. Try the chicken parm stack, the big country combo, or the ultimate smash melt. The ultimate smash melt. 2 delicious smash burger patties, surrounded by 2 grilled cheese sandwiches. 2 sandwiches in 1. Visit your favorite Country Pride or Iron Skillet restaurant and come hungry.
Available for dine-in only at participating Country Pride and Orange Skillet restaurants inside TA or Petro Travel Centers.
Live from the Crescent City and coast to coast online, it's Nemo Nation, your highway home for conversation, stories, and the spirit of the road. Now here's Dave Nemo and that infamous Jimmy Mack.
Hey guys, this coffee break is brought to you by truckdown.com. Since you're on the side of the road with a cup of coffee waiting for your service provider to arrive, you might as well download truckroad.com while enjoying that cup of joe to revive yourself with a company that's been connecting maintenance providers with trucking companies since 1997. Go to truckdown.com. Before we bring our friend Dave Heller on the show, the Senior Vice President of Safety and Government Affairs, I want to talk about this McFlurry situation a little more here, Dave. I want to. This is our coffee moment, by the way. This is a real problem. We have now reached the point where people's laziness can be exposed by the very machines that they're trying to run a scam with you for. Hey, I'd like a McFlurry. Yeah, sorry, the machine no work. And then the machine says, oh, contraire, mon frere. I, in fact, do work. I haven't been cleaned out properly as well. Is there a fast food joint that you go to where you actually have a go-to, like, treat drink that you really enjoy?
If I go to Wendy's, it's got to be the Frosty.
By the way, Bruce Almighty wrote that on the tube of you. He said, "What about the Frosty from Wendy's?" And I have to tell you, man, they know it because they have pictures on the wall of the fries in the Frosties, man.
Oh, I can't do that.
You can't do it. It's chunks of things and things. You don't like chunks of things. It's because I thought you were a center right guy. And, I'd be disappointed if you were center left. But, dude, you're a communist, man. Straight up commie, dude.
Who hurt you?
Straight up commie. Who did you wrong? I mean, people ask me who I like, and I tell them Dutch Reagan, man. That's what I believe
Power
in.
to the proletariat.
Dave Heller joins us this morning. He's a senior.
He just hung up.
He just hung up. I'm getting out of here. I'm getting some distance here. Senior Vice President of Safety and Government Affairs for the Truckload Carriers Association. Hey, Dave, welcome to your first appearance. Hopefully not the last after all this communist kind of cell conversation on Nemo Nation. How you doing, man?
I'm doing great, man. That's a great introduction.
What's going on? What's happening in your world?
Oh, gosh, if I could find a break and celebrate the summer somehow, it'd be fantastic, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Seems like we're dealing with anything and everything.
Well, you have come up with an idea here that looks like it might be the tiebreaker in terms of getting rid of something and putting something in place for the future. And what I'm talking about getting rid of is the excise tax on the new trucks that can run 20 now. They're saying $25,000. The World War I tax that everybody says, yeah, we need to get rid of that, but where's the money coming from? There's another spoonful of alphabet soup that you're going to drop on us right now. GBUF. What in the world does GBUF stand for?
Well, we're calling that the phrase that pays, so to speak. So,
all right.
This is.
I wish that was my job, by the way. I should have come up with that.
This is short for gallons-based user fee.
Okay. Gallons-based user fee. Okay.
Mm-hmm. And this is an opportunity to increase the appetite for certainly making sure the Highway Trust Fund is fully funded to the levels that it needs to get funded at. It's no secret, and you know this as well as I do, that the federal fuel tax has not been increased since 1993, and we're collecting 1993 dollars but paying 2025 pricing, which that recipe does not amount to any amount of longevity in terms of success rate for the Highway Trust Fund. But we know our professional truck drivers need things like parking, first-class infrastructure, roads and bridges to be built in the manner in which they need to be built at. So truly rebranding this and calling it a user fee can make it more palatable on Capitol Hill, because that's truly what it is. It's a user fee. You drive a mile, you put a gallon of gas in your car or your truck, and certainly you need to pay for that. And then couple that with the registration fee of $250 for electric vehicles and $100 for hybrid vehicles, and you've got yourself a fully funded highway trust fund in a manner that this country desperately needs.
Yeah, and that, Dave, by the way, is such a crucial thing, because anybody who is on the side that you guys are on, and by the way, I'm going to, full disclosure, I'm in complete, I don't usually editorialize, I'm in complete agreement. There is a lack of shared sacrifice when it comes to the Highway Trust Fund and when it comes to kind of funding the roads and infrastructure in this country. A lot of people like using it to get to work, not understanding that it was built for military transport and the overall kind of movement of goods and services, the very people that you represent. You guys are paying, I mean, hundreds of % more in regards to like all the fees that kind of get added in to fund that trust fund. What you're asking for here essentially is everybody that actually gets to share in the bounty that is our interstate system has to pay for it. Is that it? Is the most basic, simple idea?
And that's perfect. You sum it up in a nutshell, without a doubt. And that's what it stands for, right? Anybody that uses the roads needs to pay to use the roads. And let's disregard tolling. Let's take that out of the equation, but let's recognize the need that if you are going to be putting miles on the road, there is opportunity and a need to pay for those miles, because roads don't last forever. Bridges don't last forever. There is wear and tear that goes on every day, regardless of the type of vehicle in which you're driving in. And that needs to be accounted for. And the reality is going to be is, let's make this a modern form of fund collecting, because the administrative cost is there. You're not going to beat a 1% administrative cost that goes along with this. We can talk about as many different plans out there as you want, but when you have a 1% administrative cost, that just means your dollar is going the furthest when you pay at the pump and pay into the Highway Trust Fund. And it makes, in this type of environment, the most basic form of sense in terms of collecting dollars and using it to rebuild our infrastructure.
That is a great position. I won't say argument, but a great position to take on terms of the efficacy of collecting that tax. It's 99.
It's the best return.
Something.
It is the best return, right, Dave? I mean, there's no better return on your money.
Ever. But that argument has been used in the past. I'm going to throw 20 years ago, 25 years ago, David. But you remember the efficacy. I'll use the word again. The efficacy of using the at the pump system to pay our taxes. It's the cheapest on the planet. It's the cheapest in history. It didn't work that time. And you said something interesting, gallons-based user fees. By changing the name, maybe we can change the perception. It's not that's a paraphrase of what you said. Boy, this whole thing about what you call something has become sort of like
everything.
A conundrum in
It's
a sense.
everything. You almost got to figure out what you want to call something if you want people to buy it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's about marketing, right?
Correct, and that's the world in which we live in. If you call it a tax, people will feel like they're being penalized. There's no doubt about it. And it's not a tax. This is a user fee based upon the miles you're putting on your vehicle, as well as the fuel you're putting in that same vehicle to travel those miles. And the reality is going to be is when you look at an increase from 1993 to 2025, it's a 117% increase. But people are going to say, why am I paying more? You're already paying it. You're paying it in the detention time that the trucking industry faces on a daily basis. You're paying it on running over a pothole and buying a new tire, because tires aren't as cheap as they once were. So you're paying all of these things for traveling on a less than first-class infrastructure.
Yeah, and I wanted to also say something else, too, as well, is that if people don't realize this, it actually helps the price at the pump. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Dave, you actually know more about this than I do, but the idea of actually putting those taxes on actually stabilizes the price, because just like any other tax, when you remove the tax, the people who are in charge of deciding what the price is at the pump go, we can raise our prices now. That they don't drop their prices when you remove a tax or lower the tax. They increase the price. That there's a certain level at which taxing this actually can stabilize the price at the pump and allow people to make plans down the road for how they're going to budget themselves as a trucker on the highway or as a company that has a large fleet of trucks. Did I get that right? You can correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, it certainly plays into it. There's no doubt about it. And you have to remember that states have been putting these fuel taxes and fuel tax increases. I think 34 states within the last 10 years have increased their state-regulated fuel tax, or, again, gallons-based user fee, that we are paying at the pump. And they've been doing so with very little fanfare and very successful at doing that. Because everybody recognizes there needs to be money to spend on roads and bridges, because that, in the essence, is what we use on a daily basis. Yes, designed for the Defense Department to move for national defense, but at the same point, we've grown as a nation to a spot where we are now, and certainly the Amazon marketplace has taken over for the very need in which we need to develop this.
I had an idea, by the way, and I wonder, and the kind of out-the-box thinking to kind of remind people what's happening here. I wonder if it'd be interesting to, basically put up on every single gas pump across the country, every single diesel pump, a sign that says, "You're paying for the highways right now." I mean, it's like almost this constant reminder that when you put that pump into that gas tank, you're basically, people need to begin to make the connection that the moment I start pumping that gasoline, pumping that diesel, they immediately know, oh wait, I'm removing a pothole. And is there any approach that you think really is there any sort of public awareness program that you guys are engaged in or anybody else is engaged in to really explain this to consumers out there?
And again, this is one of those things, the simplest things, right? And I think that would go a long way. And we have not gone down that avenue yet. And this is just the very first kick of the can that we've started this, because it's reauthorization season now in D.C. when you start talking talk about the next highway reauthorization bill that goes on with T&I. But yes, certainly a public awareness campaign of a sign at every pump says every gallon you put in there goes towards some of the highway trust fund. Every amount of dollars you're paying goes to rebuilding those roads and bridges that you literally traveled on to get here. So I think that's a fantastic idea.
By the way, Dave, we have this new format is crazy, and we've been dying to get you on since we started it. I think you're like our 95th, 96th guest we've had in like 3 weeks now. We got to shuffle off this radio coil. We got 2 more guests to get to in this half hour. But, brother, it is good to hear your voice. We'll get a chance. We'll run into you someplace along the line. I know we will. But is there anything else you want to add before you shuffle off this radio coil with us?
I just want to say congratulations on the move. Thanks for having me on, and I'm always happy to hear from you all.
Dave Heller.
Dave Heller, of course, a regular contributor on the old platform, and now, once again, he has returned Senior Vice President of Safety and Government Affairs for the Truckload Carriers Association, truckload.org.
Just one real quick thing. I mentioned it earlier, Dave, but the idea of rescinding that excise tax from World War I, the answer to the question, well, where are you going to get the money? The answer is here, right?
We shuffled off Dave.
Oh, did we lose Dave?
Dave is a gone.
I think he would say right.
Yeah, the answer is there, by the way. He would say right. Lane Kidd is our next guest, by the way, on Nemo Nation. He is the managing director of the Trucking Alliance. By the way, you can find them at truckingalliance.org, on the Book of Face at The Trucking Alliance, on the X, formerly known as the Twitter, at Truck Alliance, and on LinkedIn at the Trucking Alliance. Hey, man, good morning to you, Lane. Welcome to Nemo Nation. Oh, we don't have him on? We don't have him on?
Oh, we thought we had Lane.
We thought we had Lane. Okay. So we have a few moments here, so you might want to give us a call, guys, at 615-292-6366. Jump into the conversation. Be a part of it. We got enough time. Dave's got a few things he wants to add.
Well, I was going to kind of run through, because we didn't get a chance to kind of crunch any numbers with Dave Heller, who was just on with us. The GBUF, the gallons-based user fee, it would add a $250 fee per year to register your electric vehicle. Some states are already doing that, as Dave said. And then if you had a hybrid, then your registration fee would be $100 a year. Overall, for your gasoline purchases, your family, the general family rate would be about $236 a year. Per vehicle, it would run about $125 per year if you're buying gasoline. So that would be the payout to get the payoff of what the gallons-based user fee would do. The payoff in terms of the excise tax would mean that more older trucks would be off the road, so they would be replaced with new trucks that have all of the ADAS, the advanced driver assist technology systems, and then it would also have it would be cleaner in terms of the environment. So there would be a double win there, and everybody would be happy.
Yeah, it's an ongoing problem, and you know, I normally say changing the name of something from one thing to another. People say, yeah, well, it's still a tax. We've talked about this, and you know, and by the way, the only argument I've only gotten into two arguments on this, doing this job. Two arguments with guests doing this job. One was a guy from Reason Magazine who was trying to explain to me how toll roads were the most efficient way to do business in regards to taking care of the federal infrastructure. It's a libertarian think tank. I totally understood where they were coming from. And I'm like, there's no evidence. It goes back to our Howard Yaris. It's like, I understand what you're saying. Those facts aren't right. There's simply no facts to back that up. The other thing that constantly kind of plays itself through is we'll get to that in a second. Sorry, guys. Lane Kidd is actually joining us, by the way. We got Lane on in the conversation. TruckingAlliance.org. Hey, Lane. He's the managing director of the Trucking Alliance. What's going on, brother?
I'm doing all right. It's a nice Monday morning.
Fantastic. It's great to have you. This is Dave. That was Jimmy Mack, Lane, and it's great to have you with us. One of the things I kind of wanted to zero in on is something that you put out there, the Trucking Alliance did, that I was really surprised about, and I was wondering if the surprise meter is going off the scale here. In terms of about 84% of companies involved in serious crashes over the 2-year period of 23 and 2024 have no DOT safety rating. And my question for you is, well, can you kind of unravel that a bit? Tell us how we got into this situation and how or if we can get out. Was that number, I mean, how surprised, am I the only one that was really stunned by that number?
I hope not, because it stunned me. We actually had filed a Freedom of Information request with the FMCSA a few months ago, and had simply asked them, you know, for this data, how many reportable crashes were there in 23 and 24, and then of those reportable crashes, how many motor carriers had a federal safety rating and how many didn't. And when those facts came back and we looked, and we had to double look, and I had to double check with FMCSA to make sure that I was reading the chart right, they confirmed it. It's actually 84.01%, so I guess I could say almost 85%. Pretty close.
Yeah. It's like Lysol, 99.9%. That little .1er hits a tough little sucker.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That was the one that always gets us.
He's the one that gets you, yeah. So, what are we going to do about this?
Well, you know,
did FMCSA even realize that? You know how you can live with something and not really realize what the deal is? Do you think they even realize the problem here?
You know, it's hard to tell in an email, and that's the way they communicated it to me by simply attaching the chart. So who knows? But you know, he recently retired. Tom Keene was the head of research and development at FMCSA for many years, and a good guy, and he took the severance package a few months ago and left. He was the one I worked with. I think he may have been, but I don't want to speak for him, but he may not have realized it was a percentage that was that high. It really surprised me, and I'll send you the chart afterwards so you can look
thank
through
you.
It. But,
okay.
What gets me too is that a lot of these carriers had more than one crash, you know, and just to realize that we have that many motor carriers operating on U.S. highways, and your listeners know better than me. You and I aren't out there like they are, but they know what level of professionalism and training a lot of these drivers have. And unfortunately, these carriers that don't have a safety rating also hire drivers that are probably unqualified, and we're finding out many of them don't even speak English, and they're causing, I don't know if they're causing, but they're involved in, almost all of our reportable crashes. So how we rein it in, there's some thoughts out there of ways we could do it. But, when you consider that we've seen such an exponential increase in the number of new DOT numbers that have been issued just since 2021. I think we've seen like a 38% increase in the number of new DOT entrants. None of those have undergone a audit or a safety rating, and they're out here operating on the highways, and nobody really seems to understand why we've seen such an increase.
And by the way, this is one of those interesting moments, and like I said, I love asking questions I don't know the answer to. I'm not an attorney, so I don't have to run that risk. I actually like finding out stuff I don't know. I've always kind of wondered, people call for this new rule or this new reg or this new thing or that, when in fact they turn around and find out that the new rule or regulation they're advocating for actually exists on paper. And the thing I'm wondering about, is this simply a matter of enforcement and diligence? Could a lot of the problems that we're looking at here simply be solved by the people who are at the FMCSA doing their jobs and focusing in on very practical, enforceable issues and taking care of business that way?
Well, we'd like to think so. I mean, they have a pretty good sized budget.
Yeah, I mean that's
and,
yeah. I mean, am I making sense here? I mean, or I'm just I mean, that always seems to me to be the problem here, is that we're not doing the very thing that FMCSA should be doing, which is running these people off the lot, and getting them out of the game, right?
I totally agree. And Dave, you probably know Daryl Prax. He's a person who's been doing some work on DOT filings and DOT numbers, and I believe it was him who revealed that he found some 300 or so DOT numbers that had been issued to one address, and the address wasn't a trucking company.
Oh, yeah, that's a whole nother ball of wax.
That's a whole area that may have some linkage to this. It may have some linkage to why we're seeing such an increase in all of these new CDLs that have been issued in the last 2 years. When we really don't have the capacity in our training schools to generate that many. We've seen a marked increase in Florida and Texas. Anybody's guess. We know now that if you want a DOT number, you have to apply for one online and you have to provide an insurance certificate. We don't even know if those insurance certificates are valid, or maybe they're even being floated, through several different DOT applications, because there doesn't seem to be any kind of a cross-check reference going on at FMCSA on this.
David,
wow.
I'm not kidding right now. We both looked up to go talk, looked at each other, and had these looks on our faces like, are you flipping kidding me, Lane? I mean, this is like, and it just feels like the best way for them to do their jobs here is to do their jobs here. I mean, I don't know. I mean, go ahead.
You made the point. You made the point when you said, hey, sometimes we're looking for new rules and regulations when, in fact, we have them on paper right now if we'd simply enforce them.
Is there a technology crunch here in in DOT? Let's branch it out. In other words, did they just not have the technology they need to keep track of these numbers and these applicants?
Are they spending their budgets wrong? Is somebody getting a vacation to Tahoe that we're not aware of? I'm being funny, but is this simply the misallocations of funds and resources and emphasis of what's happening here? I mean, do you have any sense of this?
No, just opinions. I am encouraged. I will say this: I am encouraged by the new appointees at FMCSA, the new chief counsel at FMCSA, and the person who's been nominated to be the administrator. I feel like I've met with the chief counsel, and he, without saying too much, obviously, is I think in a mood to try and make things more efficient within the agency. And I think Derek Bars, as a new administrator, has a background in law enforcement and in commercial truck safety compliance that should be really beneficial. But answering your question, it's like it's like state agencies, federal agencies. They're indispensable, but sometimes we wish we could get more production out of them.
Lane, we have to let you go because we've run a rapid fire here. Please promise us you'll come back and we'll keep this conversation going because there's a lot more to unpack. We really appreciate you managing to get yourself in here. Go have the best of days. Okay, my friend?
Sounds great. Thanks.
Thank you, man. TruckingAlliance.org. You can find them on the Book of Face of the Trucking Alliance and Truck Alliance on Twitter.com, now known as X, and of course on LinkedIn at The Trucking Alliance. Dave, we pivot once again to our next guest. The NACFE is here, and why don't you tell another reoccurring guest, good morning.
Good morning, Mike Wraith. Sounds like you're out in the field someplace, a windy field.
You caught me. I'm headed to Topeka, Kansas. We're doing another one of our run on less site visits where we go explore what fleets and truckers are doing to be more sustainable, hire MPG or move into some of these alternatives. And this will be visit number 11 of 13, guys. So we're every week we talk about them, and we do 2 or 3 or 4 more. So we've had 4 completed in the last week, and I just great experience for us, and figuring out now how to share it with the whole industry.
Pick one from last week that you visited that pops into your head, and kind of give us a little a debriefing, if you would, Mike.
Yeah. I mean, so you're kind of asking me what's my favorite child, right? I mean, all 13 are great, but I can't not talk about a brand new heavy duty tractor that's being introduced. It's a battery electric truck built by Windrose. And if you drive up to it, you'd think it's the Tesla Semi. It's very similar. They both have center driving position. They both have been designed to be battery electric only. So, other suspension systems and so forth are designed and built for a heavy battery in the middle of the frame rails, just underneath and behind the cab, versus a big old engine and transmission, a little higher on the chassis and in front of the cab, as we've all had for years and years. So, Joyride Logistics, a 275 truck fleet out of Phoenix, fantastic fleet. I mean, they're a regional haul, and what they tend to do, guys, is guarantee or try to guarantee the driver one night out at a time. So the driver is basically a 400 or 500 mile run, sleep in the truck overnight, and come back home, spend a night at home, do the same thing a second night in a week, and that's their sort of niche, which works really well for a long haul battery electric truck, because they charge at the home base. You get to charge the truck up to 100%, like you got a full fuel tank on a diesel, and then drive out there, and then they are setting up charging stations in places like Vegas and El Paso, and 400 or 500 miles away from Phoenix, to be able to charge the truck and get the driver home. So got to drive the truck, got to sit in the truck, got to listen to the drivers talk about what they're seeing with it and so forth. And, maybe that's the future. I don't know. But it's fun to be in the early days of something new. And that's what I experienced last Tuesday in Phoenix. By the way, I also learned that, 104 degrees is hot, whether you got humidity or not.
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, it's a matter of fact. It's actually better when you have humidity, because at least with the humidity, you're being told, oh, by the way, you're dying. I mean, that's the thing. With 104 degrees, you suddenly realize, when did I suddenly step into a confectionery oven, and why is this happening to me? I wanted to ask you about all of those recharging stations. And not that you might not even know the answer to this. Has anybody talked to you about how when you deal with a ride like this, how they went about the business of figuring out where to put the next charging station, how to make sure, of course you have a great hub where you can get, where you can, charge up to the top, but what kind of thinking and planning goes into where the next stops go? Because that's going to be the big challenge moving forward, right?
So it's not surprising why we're doing this in Phoenix. It's along the I-10 corridor, and it's a real hot bit for trying to figure this out. So the things they're doing is, where's the real estate available that you can put another truck stop? So think that's what these E-hubs are. And then, just where do the trucks go and where do the trucks stop? So a lot of people are looking at telematics data on diesel trucks today and saying, okay, where are they going? Where are they stopping? And using that as a proxy for where electric trucks will need to stop and be charged down the road. But we're still in the very infancy of that. So after that, in the early days here, they're just creating charging spots. So, you can put a temporary charger at one of these customer sites of Joyride and charge there. That might be hooked up to the grid, or it might run off of, electric generation from natural gas or renewable natural gas or something like that. So there are options here in the very, very early days of all this.
And that's why I asked, by the way, because you made mention of how exciting all this stuff was, and I always kind of like origin stories. We are in the middle of doing something just like that over here and watching things kind of piece themselves together. I'm kind of curious what your responses to a lot of these places will be a year from now, 2 years from now, what they'll look like. Do you have any idea about what that's going to be? And you got about 30 seconds here.
Yeah, here's the thing with electric trucks. So, the key is that they are range limited. So, things like Cisco, U.S. Foods, city tractors do really well with electric trucks. They've got the range to do them. They're quiet. They have good visibility and durability in those city routes. But the problem is to really make an electric truck pay for itself, you got to get a lot of miles. So really the sweet spot over the next few years is this 300 to 400 mile a day, 150 mile out and back, or 200 mile out and back, or even what Joyride's doing with like 400 miles out, a recharge event, 400 miles back. That way you can get the miles on the truck, the utilization of the savings of electricity versus diesel, the savings on maintenance, and make these electric trucks work. And then it'll be a matter of how much better do they get over time to see if they can do true over-the-road long haul or even long-distance LTL shuttle run. So that's where we're at right now. And I guess my point is they can't do everything yet, but there's a pathway, I think, there. And with Run on Less, we'll help tell the electric story along with, tomorrow with 100% biodiesel Frito-Lay truck with super high MPG. And that's going to be, that's kind of on the other end of the spectrum of this, where we're using diesel renewable fuels to help with the sustainability work. So we're looking at all of it right now.
Mike, we're out of time. Mike Roth, of course, the executive director over at the NACFE. So glad to have you. Best of fun this morning, best of fun tomorrow. Keep us in the loop, and we'll talk to you on the other side.
Very good. Thank you, guys. Good being on.
All right. Nemo Nation continues after this. A long-form conversation coming your way with Artie Crawford. Can't wait to dig in there as well. Go to ShadyRays.com and keep the glare down. They got lost and broken protection programs. Man, they got your back at ShadyRays.com.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at ChamberlainSociety.org. That's ChamberlainSociety.org.
Well, it would help if I bring my headset down and tell y'all that live from Fast Sports Studios in good old NOLA, this is Nemo Nation, and we're back again with Dave Nemo and Jimmy Mack, my good friends.
Hope you guys are getting your McFlurries in there while the machines are still working. Why are you shutting me off, Dave? I just want to make you a nice McFlurry.
With chunks in
it. Dave, I'll even remove the chunks. I can maybe turn it into a nice Frosty for you with no fries. Hey, guys, welcome back to Nemo Nation. Dave Nemo, of course, sits at the center of it all. I'm Jimmy Mack. Phone Master Dre is on the ones and the twos, being ably assisted by our good friend Madison with a T. We have, as always, we spend about 2 hours, 2+ hours, kind of rumbling, bumbling, stumbling our way through the transportation sector and all points in between. We leave the final half hour that Dave joins us on Nemo Nation for a little bit of a longer form conversation. And I'm going to let Dave introduce Artie Crawford to you.
Artie Crawford is the Director of Cybersecurity at NMFTA, the National Motor Freight Traffic Association. Say
it right, Association.
Association, yeah. Artie, good morning. Welcome.
Good morning, Dave, and thank you for having me with you this morning. I can only hope that I can carry on the torch the way that Ben Wilkins typically does with you.
do you have a beard? Do you have a really big, impressive beard? That's the first question.
He does have a beard.
He does?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, you see, you're already on the right start, Artie. So everything's going fine. Things are working out.
Yeah,
great.
but it's no comparison to Ben.
Nobody's beard is comparison. He looks like one of the when I was a little kid.
King Beardo.
There were always two choices when I was a kid. I'm a little boy in the 50s, Artie. So you had
right now he's a little boy in the 50s.
Really, you had Keds or PF Flyers for your shoes. You had Schwinn or J.C. Higgins for your bike. You had Ford or Chevy, Coke or Pepsi. You know what I'm saying? And Dave, back in those days, you had two cough drops that kids would take: Smith Brothers and Ludens. And the Smith brothers were two guys, and one of them looks like Ben. He's got a Smith brothers beard. Good-looking guys.
I was really trying to figure out where you were going with that.
Yeah.
Dave.
Have you ever seen the Smith brothers cough drop box?
Oh, my God.
Yes, I have, and
Okay.
that's why I'm laughing so loud about
Yes.
that, because that is fitting.
By the way, Tara, if you're listening, please post a picture on our Facebook page of the Smith Brothers cough drop box and basically tag Ben
Wilkins.
Yeah, I mean, tag him there and say this is Ben. Good morning to you, Artie.
I knew I should not have Artie. Come on.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. So, Artie, we have talked with Ben about the other publications that you guys have done for owner-operators in small fleet and large fleets in terms of cybersecurity, battening down the hatches. You guys have just released this month, on Thursday the 12th, as a matter of fact, the NMFTA Cybersecurity Cargo Crime Reduction Framework. The subtitle is Reducing the Attack Surface by Understanding the Complexities and Interdependencies of the Cargo Crime Ecosystem. How you guys did this in 34 pages, I'll never know.
Well, we merely skimmed the wave tops on this one, Dave, because
boy.
if you dig into this, there is so much complexities, there is so much interdependencies, and as the title says, which is really a mouthful, but it kind of describes everything to a T.
Indeed. And one of the things that you can, and you've done this too. You read through something you think is for you, and then you feel like, you know what, this isn't for me. I'm going to leave it. The thing you start off with was, who is the intended audience for this? Because this isn't really for everybody, but everybody should be involved. That's kind of a weird conundrum, I think, isn't it?
It is, in fact, because the things that apply here are, like you said, for everybody. But in order to implement, you got to be a little bit bigger than most, right? Than the single owner operator.
Oh, okay, I got you. So this is really a ground level platform in a sense for operating securely and safely. But the complications and as you say, the interdependencies, the interconnections of everything. So you whack one mole and two more moles come over here, and you just don't know what you don't know a lot of times. And even when you learn stuff, that changes by the time you get finished learning it in a lot of cases. So this is a never-ending process for all of us now.
Well, you're absolutely right on the fact that it's a never-ending process. And pretty much by the time the ink dries, you're ready to rewrite, to be quite honest, right? Because either the tools, tactics, and procedures have changed, or the group of bad actors that you mentioned in one is actually expanded into a different set of bad actors at that point. And the threat landscape, as you kind of alluded to at the start of this, is continually evolving. So when you kind of put all that together, you've really got a mismatch of problems of which one do you sort out first and which one do you try to tackle first. Do you grab the lowest hanging fruit, or do you try to implement a complete strategy? And honestly, right, you got to think big, start small, and scale fast in most cases. And by doing so, you can start to, reduce that over time and reduce that threat posture over time, and then make sure that landscape is a little bit more contained, and you can funnel the bad actors to where you want to, so that you can see what they're doing and how they're doing it, and when they're banging on your doors.
This is probably not a good question for you, Artie, because you're not in law enforcement per se. You work with law enforcement a lot, obviously. Are we catching any of these people?
We absolutely are, and I love that you bring that up. We do have a lot of problems in the LE community, and I say the problems is who to report to, where to report it, how to report it, jurisdictional problems, and then prosecution problems as well. But as far as catching the bad guys, we're seeing numerous events where we're recovering cargo, we're figuring out new ways to prosecute, and I think it's starting to catch top of mind that, okay, we've got to start to deal with these dependencies, whether it's local, state, federal law enforcement. I see some of the task forces now deputizing state law enforcement so that they can cross back and forth on a state line when they're really close. Like, let's just say, for instance, the port of Memphis, right? Well, that crosses into Tennessee, Arkansas, and Mississippi, and they've done a really good job out there deputizing some of those guys so that they can cross these state boundaries and actually follow to fruition, right, and track the bad guys and actually take some of them to justice.
I'm going to, hey, good morning, by the way. I've been just kind of listening and enjoying myself with the conversation. I go back to the I-10 corridor scam, the one that wasn't cybersecurity, but it in fact involved, the fraud of, the spotters and the people who, and the slammers, and the whole thing of kind of shaking down people for insurance payments. It was only brought to justice when, in fact, the NOPD got together with the state police, got together with the U.S. Attorney's Office and the FBI. Is that something that really is going to be the tipping point in regards to really bringing this stuff and getting under control, is when more and more interstate and local jurisdictions begin to work with partners beyond their own borders and boundaries? Is that the wave of the future? Will we be seeing more of that, of more kind of, task force of different groups of law enforcement organizations all kind of focused in on the same thing?
You have actually hit the nail on the head with that one, because that is truly how this is going to be reduced, right, is by having those interagencies have these conversations, setting up open lines of communication. But then on top of that, allowing the carriers, the brokers, the 3PLs, the shippers, having them know where that first call needs to be, right, when they suspect a missing load. If it's going to be your local county sheriff, then they need to make sure that they're talking to the state investigative agencies, which are talking to, like you said, the task force, the national task force. So not only can they bring this to justice quickly, they can actually recover the cargo in some cases. And I'm going to add to this, right? there are a couple federal agencies out there, especially the U.S. Secret Service, that have made great strides in recollecting Bitcoin, right, or cryptocurrencies by going back and doing the backwards math and breaking those wallets and actually recovering real dollars back for the organizations that actually reported the crime in a timely manner, and they were able to be successful in recouping those dollars.
Wait, Artie, are you suggesting that Bitcoin might be a haven for people who are engaged in nefarious activities? I'm shocked. I am shocked.
I see your surprised face on the radio, Dave.
Oh, yeah. Dave is looking like he is stunned. He's just stunned over there. So, I mean, basically we're talking about the idea that once, and this is an infrastructure unto itself, because these kind of task force need to stop being task force and need to be almost interagency ongoing propositions to kind of deal with this. You talked about it, the idea of empowering deputized people to cross a bridge into Tennessee or to cross a bridge into Arkansas is the beginning of something we may see more and more of going down the line, correct?
Absolutely. And I've talked with a lot of my LE counterparts and friends that I, keep from previous relationships, and they're saying the same thing. I mean, they're even going to prosecutors now, which I think is a very interesting concept, and bringing up the idea of prosecuting under the RICO statutes when a gang has 20 members, but they all steal $200 worth of stuff from a truck. Right, where no prosecutor really wants to go and get one gang member for $200 worth of tennis shoes off of a truck or off of a train. But when you combine that with a RICO charge, now they're able to prosecute the entire gang. So we're seeing some creative things take place on the judicial and the prosecution side. We're seeing that the federal law enforcement agencies are willing to work with the state investigative agencies. And then combine that with the state trucking associations that are being advocates for the carriers, they're helping move the ball forward.
I love that, by the way, the idea that somebody gets, arrested and then they take out an ID, and when they take out that ID, what ends up happening is the ID is like from a different state, is like, gotcha on RICO, right?
Yes, sir. And that's part of the things that we bring up, not for a shameless plug here, but that's a part of the things that we bring up inside this reduction framework is these complexities, right? These complexities are real. I mean, every story that we've had or every, event that we've kind of reviewed with a participant, right, has come back to some of these complexities. And then you add in the convergence of cyber, operational, and physical security, right? NMFTA has taken a really forward stance on the cybersecurity and the operational security circles of this problem, and then the physical security, right, which is not our bailiwick, but just a reminder that gates, guards, and guns, right, do play a point, in this, because at the end of the day, you got to cut a lock. You got to get it off a dock warehouse. You've got to actually get those goods physically somehow. And I think those things are the things that carriers, shippers, they're very good at. As well as, then when you add in the cybersecurity and the operational security aspect that we're bringing to the table, I think we've got a recipe, or a framework in this case. I think we've got a recipe to start to reduce this in real time.
I love that, by the way, Dave. Dave, Nemo, and I are chatting with Artie this morning. I haven't heard that phrase in a while. Gates, guards, and guns.
Yeah,
I hadn't heard that in a while.
I've made note of that myself.
I love that one. I've heard that before, but it's been a long time, and it's a great reminder how much of this is about collaboration. How much of this is about making sure that the people who have the expertise in one area couple up with the people who have the expertise in another area, because, as you know, monitoring cybersecurity is the first step, because at the end of the day, you hit the nail on the head, Artie. Even if it's redirecting freight, all of which is legal until where it arrives, somebody's got to be there to stop the final step along the way. That almost none of this happens except for the transfer of money, except in IRL. It all ends up, unfolding in real life at some point, and at some point you've got to be able to figure out who your partners are to hand it off to the guys who actually guard the gates with guns. At the end of the day, that's what needs to kind of make this all work and kind of work as a seamless flow. Let me ask you, from your standpoint, how do you guys foster those relationships? Because you have a lot of contacts from your previous experience with law enforcement, contacts in those worlds. How do you guys maintain and foster those relationships from the NMFTA standpoint?
So I think that's a great question, and this is where Ben and I have absolutely turned into, a power duo, right? Because Ben has just so many contacts in the trucking industry, and then I have a set of contacts from previous lives in the LE community and in the cyber community, and we've kind of, to use the term again, we've converged those two, we've mind melded, and we've kind of started bringing all these people together and saying, okay, how do we help? How can we facilitate a conversation that both of you understand, whether that's a federal agency or whether it's a carrier? Sometimes the vernacular is not the same. So we do a really good job of sitting in on those things, providing a conduit for, working group type of environments where everybody can understand what everybody is saying. And I think that's one of the things that Ben and I have really capitalized on by bringing those sets of contacts together. But I have to go out and say that it's been really incredible that same group of contacts are willing to work with each other to understand what's going on. Whether that's the LE community, thinking that they're better than everybody else, which we've seen that in the past. We know what we're doing, right? But they might not understand the context of what was happening, right? They know how to put guys in silver bracelets, but they don't understand the context of how to get that guy in a silver bracelet. Whereas the trucking company has no idea how to put the guy in silver bracelets, but they know how their freight got stolen. So having all of these people work together, I think, has just really been the center focus of NMFTA and the strategy of our group to make these things work.
Going back to the idea of one agency working with another agency, wow. When 9/11 happened, that kind of blew up in our face to where we understand that, you have all of these agencies within the federal and within state and local governments that don't talk to one another and everything's proprietary. You're saying the same thing now, but without that edge to it, because we are now all starting to realize how we need to work together and band together and all of that. Is it working to the degree that you want it to work at this point? Because you used to be very private about, okay, if I have a load of TVs stolen, I don't want anybody to know about it because the next guy that has TVs to haul is not going to call me. So we have all of that. Is that still part and parcel of what we're talking about here, or are we kind of breaking some of that down?
Well, I think there's two pieces to that, right? And the old school methodology goes to exactly what you're saying, Dave, right? Is that I don't want to tell anybody that I got freight stolen because then my reputation is going to be damaged.
Mm-hmm.
But by having these open communications, right, we're starting to realize, or people are starting to realize, hey, wait a minute, there's a whole lot more questions I need to ask, right? And I need to be able to tell my story because there was some good, there was some bad, and there was some really ugly about how it happened. And by sharing these stories and getting it out there in the open, people are able to learn. I say other companies, other brokers, other shippers, they're getting able to learn what successes that they had, what were your lessons learned that you won't repeat. And then by playing those out in the LE community as well, we're able to see the same things take place there. Where we're really trying to make the progress, which I think we've got a little ways to go, is in the prosecution side of cargo theft, right? The prosecution side is a little bit, it's just not sexy enough, and I'm using my Joey air quotes when I say that,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because it doesn't get somebody elected and it doesn't get somebody promoted, right, to prosecute 200K of stolen bacon. It kind of gets you laughed at in your peer group, even though it was a $200,000 theft that you prosecuted. So we're trying to take that stigma away by making these conversations out in the open, and then we're starting to make things happen.
That's a long conversation
Yeah.
that people have to have, and it's like one of those things too that when well, no, but I mean, you're absolutely right. The idea that removing that stigma is so important because at the end of the day, I would tell people if I was advising them, people are going to find out. By the way, if people are already laughing, people already know. So it's better to get ahead of it. You know, it's a strange example. Remember Johnson and Johnson with the whole thing with the tainted Tylenol wasn't even really tainted. He just pulled it. And people thought that would be the end of Johnson & Johnson, and instead it boosted their stock, boosted morale, got everybody, able to go back and buy their products knowing that it was taken care of. There is something to be said for getting ahead of this and coming right out front and say, we got ripped off. It's not going to happen again. We're taking the following steps, and we're working with partners in all sectors, including law enforcement and in the trucking industry and in the transportation sector. It seems the best strategy is to actually just fess up and say you got taken. It's a great way of telling your investors and your clients we won't get fooled again, right?
Absolutely agree with you. And I think in this digitally interconnected world that we're in, there is absolutely no hiding it. Whether you're the product of the victim or whether you're the victim itself or whether you're the supplier or a third-party vendor of someone that's been associated with, we are too interconnected in today's day and age to hide from it. So your best bet is to put that communications plan in your business continuity planning, right? And make sure that you have a good story to tell, that you're honest and transparent about what happened, and that your business is still as solid as it ever was. But make sure that, you're able to, like you said, get out in front of it and tell the truth about it, because this is just a stark and vivid reminder that we need to make sure that we're talking to our third-party vendors, that we're talking to our shippers, our customers, our carriers, that everybody is talking throughout the process to make sure that, hey, we're doing everything that we can to make sure that all of this is, is being done the best of our abilities. And matter of fact, it's even okay to say, is there anybody that you would reach out to that we haven't reached out to yet? And I think by making it a joint, quote unquote, joint problem, right, when somebody's load gets missing, then all of a sudden, we've got several accountability, issues taking place that everybody's being held accountable and everybody's, looking for the solution, not just throw up their hands in the air and say, well, let's just make an insurance claim and we'll move forward from there.
One of the things that we hear a lot about now is transparency. Everybody wants transparency. So everybody knows everything all at the same time. There are no secrets. It's all there. It seems to me that at some point or another in dealing with what you're dealing with here and in dealing with the latest publication that you guys have out, that has the long title that has so much meaning, NMFTA Cybersecurity Cargo Crime Reduction Framework. Part and parcel of this is to kind of geofence some of these responsibilities, I think, security-related responsibilities, so there isn't really transparency because an open field is an open field. And I'll ask Jim's question here. Am I making sense here? Do you get what I'm trying to get at, playing a little bit of a devil's advocate here, I guess, Artie?
Well, and I hear you, Dave, and it makes perfect sense, right? But understanding which swim lane that you're in, whether and using the framework as an example, right? Are you in the cybersecurity block? Are you in the operational security block? Or are you in the physical security block? Well, in the middle is the convergence of all of those, and that's where those conversations have to take place. Mm-hmm. Whether it's cameras in the yard that are maybe unsecure, so the cybersecurity guys got to help them secure those. But where I think that the rubber meets the road is in the operational security aspect, right? If you get an email that says, and maybe it's a spoofed email, so cybersecurity, missed one coming through the email filters, right? That says change my banking numbers, right? Well, we might have to go back to an old school phone call that picks up the phone and calls the organization and say, hey, did you really ask to change your routing and banking numbers? And that's just good operational practices or operational security where they got to talk. And then, when that, that accounts payable or receivable person reaches back out to cybersecurity and says, hey, this email got through and our filters aren't doing the things it's supposed to do. Now we can tighten this up, we can loosen this up, but ultimately we realized that we made a mistake somewhere along the way, and we were able to, get things moving in the right direction.
Artie, I have to wrap this up right here. Jimmy Mack here. I will tell you, and Dave and our good friend Fomaster Ray, the producer, will back me up here. I can't tell you the number of times to them and to everybody else in this company I've said, pick up the god-darn phone and call somebody. Stop emailing. Stop doing all that. Talk to a human being. It's often the best way to kind of figure out what's going on. Appreciate your time, my friend. You're welcome back anytime. And by the way, you're giving Ben a beard and an intellectual run for his money. Well done, sir.
Well, thank you, sir. I appreciate it. And guys, thanks so much for having me on today. Go out there and download the framework. I think it's relevant to anybody who's running a fleet, a shipper, or a 3PL. Download it. You've got some great information in there, and may you try to be faster than the bear.
Fantastic, by the way. Or at least the other person.
NMFTA.org, the National Motor Freight Traffic Association. And Artie, Marley is going to be here in town.
Good talking to you, Artie. We will have to take a break here really quickly. We'll be back on the other side. It's Nemo Nation. And by the way, Dave is going to stick around just for a minute to tell our good friend Terry Taylor hello. Never got a chance to talk to him in person. Guys, go to truckdown.com. Truck up and get down. They've been doing it since '97. They'll do it for you.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop. Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025, while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
Well, it's about that time, because yet again we are live from the Crescent City to each coast that you can think of. It's Nemo Nation, your highway home for conversation, stories, and the spirit of the road. Now here's Jimmy Mack and hopefully Dave Nemo.
Dave Nemo is going to stick around because just for a little bit here, because he's listened to this next guest a lot. He hasn't gotten a chance to talk to him. Guys, the phone line will also be open for this guest if you want to drop in. You've got questions or concerns about your toy purchases. This is our first chance to get a chance to talk to our good friend Terry Taylor. And as we kind of get up to speed, our segments are coming back online. Terry normally would appear with us once a month on a Friday. He's had so much going on and kind of an exciting week. He was even doing it yesterday. I tried to give him a call, and he was knee deep in all the events that are going on. You can hear Terry laughing right now. Dave Nemo wanted to say hi, so I thought I would bring him in here as well, too. Tell our good friend, Mr. Terry Taylor, good morning, Dave.
Hey, Terry, good morning. I've heard you so many times on the show. Really enjoy getting a chance to talk with you one-on-one. And welcome to our new platform.
Dave.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very exciting. It's so nice to actually meet you in person.
Yeah, in person. We're combining voice and person into person. Terry, it's really cool because, you have one of the coolest, hippest spots over in Lawrence, Kansas. And, we're here in the middle of New Orleans at the Fastport Studios at the Degas House. So now we both have someplace really cool to show off to each other when we finally make our way to each other. Because we got this great studio with all these old truck driving albums. We're going to be putting up on the walls and frames and on stands, all kinds of memorabilia from Dave. We got a Willie Nelson poster, some Elvis posters. We actually found an old advertisement for a concert by Sha Na Na. Do you remember them?
Oh, yes, absolutely.
And underneath that we have a Charlie Daniels concert poster, a lot of groovy stuff here, and a full page old Rolling Stone article on Bob Dylan. And I'm talking about when Rolling Stone was like so big that it was a coffee table magazine. Remember when it was that big? All those days.
Yes.
It's kind of a perfect place for you, Terry. We normally talk about what toys are on the shelf and all that kind of stuff. We talked about this the last time we talked. You were heading into this. You have had a remarkable week, and I kind of wanted to let our listeners know and let Dave know a little bit about what happened last week over in your neck of the woods.
Well, there's a horror convention called Crypticon Kansas City that happens every year. I think this is its 15th or 16th year, somewhere in that area. It's been a pretty big staple, and they bring it on all the horror guests that you could imagine, Leatherface, all the Jasons, the new Terrifier movies. Plus, like, this year they had a bunch of Star Wars royalty, like Warwick Davis and some fun people like that. But the best thing I think that happened to me in the store this weekend is Kevin Smith, who you may or may not know was the director who did Clerks, Dogma, Clerks 2 and 3, Chasing Amy, Red Alert. He did
Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back. Yeah.
Yeah. How could I forget? Yeah.
Come on.
Jay and Silent Bob movies. Mallrats. So he was doing a performance at Liberty Hall in Kansas City, which is just, like 2 blocks from my store on the same street. And I remember my wife and I are huge Kevin fans. He's one of our favorite humans in the world because regardless if you're a small movie maker, a small store owner, anyone who is starting their own independent business, Kevin is the staple that you should go by. He financed his first movie, $15,000 on a credit card, rented out a convenience store, and he just had a dream, a wish and a dream, and just went. And I very, very, very much look up to this human being. I can't even really put it into words.
Well, no, and so if there's a little guy that needs a hand up, that needs a rocket boost to their endeavor and their heart's in the right place, Kevin Smith is going to show up there to make sure that they get some friends to rally around them. That's been a consistent MO of his life, right?
Yes. Yeah, and it's really funny. So I guess I won't jump ahead. I'll keep going and then go because I also had someone from one of the guests from the convention come up to me about Kevin. So I'm driving to Kansas City. I had already spent so that was on Friday. So Thursday I spent 12 to 14 hours loading in, and with the convention, everyone's like, "Oh, you have the best life." They come to the convention and they just see you having fun, like. Even though I sell toys, people also want to take their pictures with me and have me sign stuff. And I feel like the luckiest guy in the world because I'm selling toys, but for some reason people really like to come hang out too. I feel I can't even like put it in the words how lucky I feel a lot of the times. But, like the load in and load out at these conventions is brutal. Liz and I have built this big canopy thing. Just building our grading setup before one stitch of toy on takes plus hours.
Oh, wait. I'm going to stop you one more time because I want Dave Nemo really quickly to tell you something. He can completely relate to the idea of having to go to a conference or a convention and do his own setup. You know what I'm talking about? Dave, tell him about Nemoville really quickly. Just really quickly.
Oh, my goodness. When we went to a couple of the big truck shows, this is several years ago, Terry, we had something called Nemoville. We brought in our own palm trees and park benches and carpet, 40 by 90 feet. And we had like a dozen sponsors had their booths in Nemoville, and it was a lot of work.
Yeah.
That's a lot of choreography to get people in the right position and make sure everybody's happy.
That's for sure. That is for sure.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I figured you would enjoy that. So, okay, so I'm gonna keep you on track because I'm the one that took you off track. So you and Liz have to set up at the convention. So talk about that a little bit, then you can keep moving on from that point.
Yeah. So Thursday was all setup day, and for me it never stops because I have a full 12-hour day of setting up in Kansas City. I drive back to Lawrence. Then I have to do all my accounting, restocking, and everything from the business, because the store still is open even if I'm not there. I have amazing workers that fill in for me. So Friday, which is when Kevin Smith was in Lawrence doing his speaking engagement at Liberty Hall, I don't text and drive, but I do have my phone mounted on my dash, so in case there is an emergency at the store, I'm able to either take a phone call or quick grab my phone and
hands-free. That's what you're doing. You got it. You got it going on.
Yeah. So I'm driving, and all of a sudden I get a text from Keith, who's one of my main workers. Oh my God, he's here! And I'm like, okay, I'm driving, and he's like, Kevin Smith is in the store right now. I'm like, oh my goodness. All right. So I'm driving, and then I keep getting texts, and the store, the physical, I've been doing conventions for, 14, 15 years. The store's only been open for 7 years, but the first thing I did on the register for our store when we opened was in the movie Clerks from the early 90s, Kevin's first film. It says on the register, if you plan to shoplift, let us know. Thanks. And I've had the same
brilliant
on my register, and I just keep retaping it, no matter how tattered it gets. And I've modeled it exactly how they had it in the movie. And so all of a sudden I start getting pictures of Kevin Smith with my register, like next to my register, next to the sign. And Keith, who's one of my main workers, he, just on the off chance that Kevin would be in the store that day, he pre-made one of those signs behind the counter so Kevin could sign it for me. So he had Kevin sign it, and Kevin signed it. Terry, you honor me, sir. Love, Kevin Smith. And I guess he was in there for probably like an hour taking pictures with fans. And plus, being a store owner and having your customers come in and see someone famous like that in your store and being able to take a picture of them, you can't buy that kind of PR, It was just crazy. So I'm driving to Kansas City, seeing all these images come in, nothing I can do about it. And I did have a fleeting moment. I was like, you know what? There's a median coming up. I'm only like 25 minutes out from Lawrence. If I turn around right now, head back, I could maybe make it to the store while he's still there. But I figured, I have to do the convention. I have to open on time. I got to keep going. So I went. But I guess, and then one of our workers, Max, he also does security at Liberty Hall, and I guess Kevin on stage talked about the store and said just very, very nice things, and made my heart just fill because doing it, as you all know, as independent workers yourselves, how labor intensive doing your job is, and it's late nights, early mornings, and sometimes you're like, sometimes you need fuel to keep going, and I definitely sometimes need fuel to keep my eye on the prize with the store, and definitely having something like that makes really, really reinvigorates me to keep going.
I tell you this, Terry, by the way, and I'm so glad you pointed that out, which is one of the reasons why we love having you on so much, whether it's talking about the impact of tariffs on your store or about whatever kind of movies for the season people should be watching and how they compare them with toys. Give me a minute here, by the way, to kind of give you a shout-out and then a shout-out to somebody who's a regular listener. You can find Terry at 1313mockingbirdtoys.com. He has a great social media presence over on Facebook. You can find it at 1313 Mockingbird KS for Kansas. Same deal over on Instagram. And then on the Tube of You, like we are on the Tube of You, you can find Terry there as well at Mockingbird Lane Toys over there as well. I wanted to take a moment here, by the way, Terry, and let Dave know this too. Our good friend Trucker Bosun, and I want to see if maybe he gets promoted to Highway Angel for this, did a good deed on Thursday. He pushed a stalled minivan onto the shoulder that was blocking the left lane coming into Memphis. What was crazy, he said, was more than a dozen people just ran around without doing anything to help. It turns out that and we're going to get Kevin to call in, another Kevin, by the way, that's who Trucker Bosun is. We're going to get him to call in at some point and tell us all the details of the story, because I just think it's remarkable. It's amazing, isn't it? Because you're a small business owner. Dave and I are small business owners. And one of the things that's always interesting to me is that it's the small business owners who are the ones, like our good friend Trucker Bosun, who are the quickest to help, because they know what a simple breakdown can often mean. They know what the idea of a power surge at your store can mean, and they're always the first people to step up and help because they get it, right?
Yep. Yeah, I feel anyone that's a small business owner or essentially is the purveyor of their own destiny, I think gives you a different view on life, on things you do. And I bet, almost all your listeners can relate, because essentially they're pretty much all their own bosses as well. And it makes you more hyper aware, I think, of people around you and maybe heartaches and things that can happen to people. And I think it makes you more empathetic, more aware, and more human. At least what I've found. Very few smaller business owners that I've ever met in my lifetime have not been wonderful human beings.
Yeah.
Hands down.
Yeah, because the further away you get from the people that work from you, and it's why the best big business owners are the ones who actually get on the floor and actually intermingle and actually meet and care about the daily concerns, the people that live for them in many ways. Many of those people live for them. I mean, I don't know if you saw, and we didn't talk about it a lot, as much as we possibly could have, but Fred Smith passed away, founder of FredX. Dave, you saw that, right?
Yeah.
And the outpouring of love for him in his direction that came his way was a testament to him, like literally being on the tarmac. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there are a lot of people who were deeply, deeply moved that he was always there. And like Dave, he had a really, he and like Charlie Douglas and Dave, they had this crazy proprietary idea that since nobody was flying planes at night, maybe they could deliver stuff by flying planes at night. And, it's how small businesses become big business. Okay. All right. That's enough of that. All right. I want to get back to you here, Terry, because, Dave, Dave is a fan of the old movies. I always pick on Dave and say that his universe exists someplace between American Graffiti, Smokey and the Bandit, and Star Wars. I was kind of curious, and I'm going to buy you some time to think here. Are there any toys from any of those movies that you know of? Now, Star Wars, of course, we'll kind of put that to the side. We got to get Dave an Obi-Wan action figure. I don't know if you know this, but Dave looks like Obi-Wan. He really does. It's what he looks like. Go look up his picture. But are there any toys from Smokey and the Bandit or American Graffiti that you know of?
Nothing that I know of from American Graffiti. Obviously, there's posters and shirts and things like that. Smokey and the Bandit has had, it was a Trans Am, correct?
Yes. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I know there's been various models and different die casts of, the trademark Trans Am. They never, as far as I know, and I could be wrong on this, I don't think they ever did any action figures or anything in that respect, but they definitely did some die casts through the years. Now, they haven't done anything in recent times, but, more in the, like into the early 80s and stuff when merchandising toys was really becoming more of a thing. But yeah, those are the only things I really, really know of.
I
for
was
that. But
I was thinking, given Burt Reynolds' mustache, that there should be a Funko Pop of Bandit. I mean, that Snowball and Bandit at least should have Funko Pop dolls. I mean, that's the one that like you would sell them like not you, but anybody would sell them like crazy. All those dudes who like that stuff, right?
Oh yeah, and there might Funko Pops put out 100 to 150 new Funko Pops per month, and so you do the math and how many that is a year. That's pretty crazy. So there might actually be Funkos already, but for me as my store, I've gotten to the point where I've honed it in very well on which genres sell very well in my store. And for me, like Funkos, there's just so many like that. My vendors I go through, they literally know to just call me if it's horror, sci-fi, anime, like Star Wars and Marvel. And a lot of the other kind of white noise they kind of cut out because there's just so many to go through. So there absolutely could, honestly it would not surprise me if there was not a Smokey and the Bandit Funko Pop. And what was the orangutan's name?
Oh, that's Clyde from Every Which Way But Loose. And by the way,
I can't believe I just did that.
No, it's okay. By the way, you're going to be so thrilled to find out, guys, it is true. One of the great things about these new studios, which, by the way, is brought to you by Fastport, fastport.com, and go to nationalapprenticeship.org. They're the ones who actually funded the studio. There is, in fact, a Bandit Funko Pop.
Awesome.
And it comes with a Trans Am. That's awesome. Dave, when you get a chance, I'm telling Dave now to go online and to type in Funko, Funko Pop, and also type in Smokey and the Bandit, and watch what you get. And they have it in two forms. They have one of just the doll of Bandit, but they also have a Bandit with a Trans Am that you can fit the Bandit into. By the way, speaking of Funko Pops, did you see the Blair thing? Did you see that one?
Oh yeah, I have that in order. It just hasn't arrived at the store yet.
I tell you what, Terry, since we're introducing people to this new platform and introducing you to the new platform, we had a guest a couple of weeks ago, and she's trying to set the Guinness Book of World Record for the most parades marched in a single year. And she lives here in the city of New Orleans, and she is a massive Mardi Gras fan, as you probably can imagine. She's going to stop by. She is going to stop by the store. Stop by the studio, and she's going to build us a wall. We have a number of walls here that we haven't decorated yet. She's going to build us a Mardi Gras wall. I was wondering if, in fact, I'd buy all the stuff. If I bought all the stuff for a John Carpenter wall or for a horror trucking movie wall, would you do us the honor of actually putting that together for us? And Dave, mute your thing.
What have I got on? I don't even know what I have on.
Dave's got something on, by the way. He just put something on.
Uh-huh.
He's got the computer. But would you do us the honor of helping us put together a wall display for horror trucking movies?
Oh, absolutely. There's a lot of fun stuff you can get, even with like cool VHS covers and things like that, like Duel. There's so many, even if it isn't toys, but like cool, like movie associated things, because that was a thing for quite a while. Was like trucking, even like things like Maximum Overdrive and stuff, like trucking, like thriller / horror movies. That's a whole genre.
Yeah, Joyride is particularly horror. Joyride is so good that there are 3 alternative endings to Joyride, and all of them are good. That's the craziest thing. All of them, it's like a wealth of horrifying endings, by the way. All right, let's shift over to your store finally, after having talked about everything but your store. What's happening right now? What are you looking forward to? What are you doing for the 4th of July? What is going on at 1313 Mockingbird Toys?
Well, I'm essentially today, Liz and I, once I get off the phone here, we'll go grab a little bit of lunch, and then we have to, even though I have amazing employees that hold it down while we're gone, but essentially we were gone for 4 days, which I have horrible store anxiety. And so I go after a con each day. When it's a con, I can drive home, because, we do conventions that are farther away that I can't just drive home every night and do stuff. But even with me going there because I was at the store I'd be at the con till probably like 10, get home back to Lawrence at 11, and I'd be in the store till midnight to 2, every night trying to do my accounting and a little bit of straightening, but there's still, Liz and I have to pretty much just go store repair today as far as like restocking, just general cleaning, things like that we as anal store owners do every day, just doesn't get done while we're gone. So we're going to do that, recuperate. For the 4th, I ran a record store back in my hometown, and I was the manager, but not the owner. Like I'm the owner of my current store, but the owner of Ernie November, the old record store I was manager of, his policy was, we'll be open every day, every holiday, as long as someone volunteers to work. I will never force anyone to work. But all of us were either touring musicians or just like a misfit band of latchkey kids that didn't really have families to go home to. So this record store was always open on holidays. And it was great. Customers came in, other people who didn't necessarily have family close by or feel like they belonged anywhere would come to the store, and we would eat Thanksgiving dinner together if we were there, Christmas dinner, exchange gifts with customers. And so when I started my own store, when I moved here, I tried to bring that same mentality to the store. And since I only had, I didn't actually hire employees till pretty recently, it was always me. So I would just be, and my wife is uber supportive of anything I try to do at the store. So she's like, you know what, if you think it's important to be open on Christmas, so it's customers can come in, we're going to do it. So we trialed all these holidays. Christmas is great. We do great on Christmas. Lots of customers come in and we just have fun. But I will say the 2 holidays that do not work for our store are July 4th and New Year's Day.
Hey, by the way, Terry, I'm going to make you laugh again. Dave has been smiling ear to ear. That pretty much was Dave's policy for over 50 years, that we were open for business. And our Christmas days on the Dave Nemo Show are remarkable because we would put out an APB to everybody who was a contributor on the show to ask them to kind of show up and just wish everybody Merry Christmas. The first year we did it, we had to schedule all the way back until early Christmas Eve because people filled up the slots so quickly. We had 16 guests on one year to come in and just tell the drivers Merry Christmas. So we totally relate. The 2 days that we have a problem with are New Year's Eve and the 4th of July. We actually program it from pillar to post, meaning we have a lot of historians and people celebrating the holiday come on. But it is the 2 big ones where it's like we don't expect a lot of phone calls and we don't get them, and that's just kind of it's the same model that's been run for quite some time for a while. Man, it feels like a small business thing. It's kind of like we're open for business because you're open for business, and that's so important to kind of make sure people know that. And it's also people want to get away from their families at Thanksgiving at the end of the day. People want to get away from their families at the end of Christmas. Like, that's enough of that nonsense, right?
100%. And so July 4th, we won't be open, but just coincidentally, there is a gentleman that has a 20 by 20 storage unit filled with Star Wars toys here in Lawrence. And he's been asking, and that is labor intensive. When someone tells me they have a storage unit that big filled with toys, it's going to be a day and a half of like straight up work going through it. And so he's been very patient with me about, he's like, hey, could you come over today? And I'm like, for me, trying to block out a full workday to be able to just look at a collection, because he has a collection doesn't mean I want the whole collection. So I have to go through every toy, item by item, single by single, pull it out, go through, look it up the price, tell him what I'm going to offer. And so for weeks he's been trying to get me to look at his storage unit because he just, he says it doesn't do any good. So I was like, hey, you know what? I'm closed on July 4th, and I'm not doing any family stuff till 5 or 6 at night. What are you doing on July 4th? And he was like, actually, I'm not. My family's out of town. I'm not doing anything. So July 4th, I'm going bright and early to this guy's humongous storage unit, and he and I are just going to go through toys together and hopefully take some good toys home and hopefully give this gentleman some money too. So that's going to be my July 4th.
Terry, by the way, we are out of time. Nice, fun new segment, huh? We don't have to actually take commercial breaks. We just go through an entire time and get a chance to kind of shoot the breeze. Dave Nemo has joined us this morning, too. He actually stuck around a half an hour longer than he usually does because he said, I want to meet Terry. And it turns out you guys have a lot of stuff in common in regards to how you ran your businesses for many, many years. Terry, it's great to hear from you. Also, I'm so thrilled that you got a chance to meet somebody that you admire and look up to. I think Kevin Smith's a pretty groovy dude, too. Go to 1313mockingbirdtoys.com. Guys, please go over to 1313 Mockingbird KS Kansas over at facebook.com. Terry's got all kinds of great content that continues to roll. Lots of great videos. Hey, Dave, tell Terry goodbye.
Terry, it was really good to meet you and good to listening to you and Jim talking, and I'll continue to be a fan.
Oh, thanks, Dave. I really appreciate letting me be on your show.
By the way, it's one of his favorite segments, as he says, it's guy stuff. Thank you, Terry. Good talking to you. Be safe. Go have lunch with Liz. Have a great day. All of you guys should have a great day, too. We got one more half hour to go. We're going to ask for your phone calls at this point if you want to jump into the conversation. 615-292-6366. Nemo might shuffle off his radio call. He might stick around. Who knows? I have a feeling Dave is going to find his way to the exit, but if he doesn't, either way, thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Dave.
He's doing that thing again. Knowing nods don't play on the radio, Dave.
Staring off into the distance.
Did he just fade away? He just disappeared in his chair.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Wait a minute. Are you running all of your rig's accessories?
All of them. You like that?
No, why would I? Your engine's turned off.
That means I ain't violating no idling laws. You like that?
No, why would I? That means you're running off your battery.
I'm running on an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, why wait. Did you say an Odyssey battery?
Odyssey battery. Rugged, maintenance-free, thin plate pure lead technology, and massive deep cycling capability. Plenty of reserve power to run onboard accessories. Engine on or off. Twice the power, 3 times the life of conventional batteries. That's an Odyssey battery. You like that?
No, I don't like that. I love that. Wait a minute. The crickets stopped.
Odyssey hasn't.
Get yourself an Odyssey battery. Performance you can count on.
Oh, yeah, baby, this is Nemo Nation, and you're riding shotgun once again with the good old Jimmy Mack live from the Fastport Studios, which he can't hear me right now because I muted my mic on all fronts except to you. Going live back to you, Jimmy.
And by you, he means all of you listeners out there. This, by the way, has been a terrific show in regards to listener participation. It's been a terrific show in regards to listenership. We continue to grow. The resistance, hashtag resistance, continues to grow. Hashtag RGR continues to grow as Nemo Nation has now completed or is in the final frame, its final 25, 26, 27 minutes of its 4th show. For those of you who are just kind of joining this platform, we love hearing from you. We love seeing you out there. But for those of you who are just joining, here's how it works. On Mondays, we have Nemo Nation. That is a rapid-fire show full of guests, full of news and information that you need to start your week. And also make some decisions about websites you can visit, podcasts you can listen to, news reporters you can dig into. The first couple of weeks of this have been building that stable up for you guys. We've tried to have as few recurring guests up to this point as we possibly can. Not that those guests will not start to reoccur, but we wanted to give you a sense of introduction to the overall kind of concept of what Nemo Nation is. After that, Tuesday through Friday, Lindsay Lawler and myself, we host Road Gang Radio. 2 hours in which we make a living, 2 hours in which we make a life. The first 2 hours I host with a lot of our regular recurring segments from the old platform, like our friends from Atri, who have just been recently on the air with us. That content is still available and will be continually available in perpetuity throughout the universe on the tube of you. After our recurring segments kind of make their way through, we then go to the next 2 hours where we talk to influencers, and we talk to RV owners, and we talk to people who write about adventures, and we talk to folks who have good recommendations for where you can eat on the road, because at the end of the day, it ain't making a living if it don't buy you a life. And so Lindsay Lawler co-hosts with me from 9 to 11 in the center, and, of course, from 10 to 12 in the east, all part of Road Gang Radio. And people get to call in. There's a lot of participation both on our Facebook, YouTube pages. Who we got?
Well, speaking of calling in, we lost Bruce Almighty, because that's one of the beautiful things about doing this. As long as I can look at your caller ID and see who you is. I don't have to pull you up. But give me a call back there, Bruce, and then anybody else that want to call in, do your thing, because I'm waiting for one person in particular I called out earlier. I know he's listening. 10 ring. Don't you play no games. 615-292-6366.
615-292. The last four digits, of course, spell Nemo. And by the way, big thanks to Terry Taylor for making his way on the air. We were thrilled to have him. His first appearance was supposed to be on Friday. We couldn't work out the Thursday recording moment. And I got to the point, I looked at what Terry was doing, having to go to the conference, convention, knowing that there was a lot of stuff on his plate. I just said, you know what, dude, why don't you just take it off? We got plenty of guests. We got plenty of stuff going on here. We can wait. We'll give you a chance to really breathe into it. Like I said, a lot of people haven't listened to us in years because they chose not to pay for a subscription. Now, as our good friend Diver Driver likes to point out, many of you are now back in the game, back to listening. And so we wanted to spend the first couple of weeks getting those introductions down. We can also mute Dave's mic if you wouldn't mind.
Oh, I muted it for everybody else, but not you. I might need to do that.
I can hear him rocking the free world over there. He's wearing a Memphis Drum Shop T-shirt, by the way. You can go to the memphisdrumshop.com if you want to find out what Dave is actually representing this morning. What is your T-shirt? It's T.A. Petro, is it not?
Oh, man, you know I got to represent. I think it's a Trucking Week thing, huh?
Appreciated for my work, respected for my work ethic, Appreciation Week, T.A. Petro and T.A. Travel Centers of America. That's what Jay's got going on. I, by the way, if you're curious about this kind of stuff, am wearing a T-shirt that is Dan O'Herlihy as Connell Cochran from the cult classic Halloween 3, the one that Michael Myers is in fact not in, by the way. Before we actually kind of talk about what's going on in the wild world of trucking, I thought we'd take a moment to actually talk about what's going on in the wild world of Road Gang Radio tomorrow. Tomorrow is July the 1st, and we are headed into one of the biggest travel weeks of the year. As a matter of fact, I would probably guess some of it ramped up on Friday. Our good friend Eric Moser, of course, he and I have been chatting over the last couple of weeks. He's on vacation with friends and family. A lot of people are going to be hitting the highways and byways, and we'll probably over the next couple of days talk about the AAA findings, about how busy this travel weekend is going to be. Goodbye to Dave Nemo, who is shuffling off this radio coil. Great job today.
Excellent day, Dave.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you, Dave. We got a great show tomorrow, though. Of course, it's Tuesday, and that means along with a good word of affirmation from our friend Pastor John, Maintenance Matters with Kevin Lindsay is going to be sidling into the conversation. He, of course, is the manager of technical service over at Travel Centers of America, and he'll be joining us tomorrow at 7:30 in the center, 8:30 in the east. It also means another edition of Trucking Tributes, our friends from Rees Across America, and that means Susan Patton and whatever guest she decides to kind of bring into our world will be joining us as well. Then it's Highway to Health, and we're going to be talking about stretching. Anna Gray Barber is going to be joining us. And by the way, this is a fun one. This is a little bit of a departure from what we usually do. Anna Gray Barber is Mike Barber's daughter, Mike Barber of Truckers Wealth. She's a terrific athlete, by the way, and we'll be digging into her bio and her story as well. But she is going to be talking about the importance of stretching.
Do it.
And let me tell you something, man. Dre and I will tell you right now, if you wake up sore, you don't want to stretch. It's exactly, unless you are injured. You know, remember that? Are you hurt or are you injured?
Yeah.
I'm hurting. Stretch. If you're injured, go see the doctor.
And there's so many different ways to do stretching without it seeming like such a hassle. Like even if you have a certain type of bed, or if you're even just sitting there next to the sink, there's just so many ways where you can just stretch those things that irritate you every day.
By the way, after that, and well said, Dre, well said. When Lindsay joins us at 9 in the center, 10 in the east, Kellen Fluklinger is going to be joining us. The name of the podcast is Your Ultimate Life Podcast. You can find them on YouTube as well at Ultimate Life Formula. It's a world-renowned transformation from a world-renowned transformation coach, international speaker and author of more than 20 books, including the bestseller, The Results Equation, From Dream to Done in 5 Simple Steps. Kellen's got many free resources available to our friends out there at kellenflukinger.com, and we'll be talking about why good enough is ruining your life. We've talked about this, Trey. It's one of my favorite topics to actually discuss. Good enough. The problem with aiming for good enough, let's see if you can guess, Trey. What is the problem when you aim for good enough?
Oh, you're
simple. Go simple.
Just setting a standard.
No, what is the problem?
What's the problem?
What's the problem with your goal being good enough?
Just being good enough, your sights aren't sight high enough.
Well, let's go even simpler than that.
Okay.
If your goal is good enough and you miss, you're not.
Oh, touche.
You got it?
Yeah.
I mean, and when you think about it, it's so simple we kind of just pass it by. Somebody says, well, it's good enough. Good enough should be what happens when you miss what you're going for.
Touche, yeah.
I mean, and that really is, that's the kind of truth of the matter, that when you kind of set a goal for yourself, that goal should be beyond what is passable, doable, and acceptable.
Yes.
If your goal is acceptable, if you don't get to your goal, the unattaches to the acceptable.
Yeah.
And that's the truth root. That's it. So we're going to be talking about, tomorrow about why good enough is ruining your life and why stretching might be the key to a much happier and healthier life. I'm telling you, man, I have a lot of regrets in my life about things I didn't do and things I wish I had done earlier. Stretching's not one of them. Right around the time that my back began to get sore, there's another word for that. It's called 30. You ever heard that joke, by the way? If your back's sore at 28, go see the doctor. If your back's sore at 30, welcome to 30.
Oh, 100%.
I mean,
that's what I'm living.
That's the truth. But the truth of the matter is, guys, is that so much of what is ailing you in the mornings and what is preventing you from moving in the mornings is your unwillingness to move through particular points of pain. It just, as Dre was saying, it makes all the difference. It actually, if you do intensive stretching, meaning you do a good 20, 30-minute stretch in the morning, it works as low-level exercise. 100%. Tell me I'm wrong.
Oh, you're not wrong at all.
A lot of people don't understand that.
No.
That simply doing a 30-minute stretch, by the way, a 30-minute stretch is often called yoga. Because yoga is a 30-minute stretch.
Yeah.
Pilates is a 35 to 45-minute intensive, using the floor as a resistance point stretch.
Yeah.
Stretching is everything. It gets your blood flowing. It gets your joints loosened. It is so important for a healthy and happy lifestyle. Okay. Along with Lindsay's country and western music news, which she does twice a week, Rolando Pulchol is going to be talking from Roadside Americana, the Great American Retro Road Trip, a celebration of Roadside Americana. We'll be talking about that wonderful book. Lots of stuff to talk about. Once again, that's how you make a life. It's not just a matter of letting those wheels turn and watching you get a chance to earn. It's a matter of knowing where you're going to spend your money and what kind of lifestyle you want to have. So all of that is all part of Road Gang Radio.
100%. I am excited about that. I'm especially excited about that last guest you just talked about, because whenever he comes to his basic small town love, him and I have that in common, my friend. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, and that's going to be our show tomorrow, so please jump in and please kind of be a part of the conversation. We'd love to have you on board. There are a couple of things we should probably let you know about in the wonderful world of trucking as we make our way down the highways and byways. it's been the talk everywhere. It's OOIDA is really kind of celebrating it as a big win for them. Mark Schwimmer's got a big story about it. The message can break through is Mark's lead. Eventually, the message can break through. The headline is OOIDA scores huge win for truck drivers with DOT announcement. So what OOIDA has spent years and sometimes decades, Mark's words, not mine, advocating for issues that affect the lives of professional truck drivers. The issues include tackling the parking crisis, providing hours of service flexibility. I would say not just flexibility, but clarity to America's truckers, and stopping the speed limiter mandate. On Friday, the White House and the U.S. Department of Transportation announced plans towards all of those goals. This is what OOIDA President Todd Spencer had to say. OOIDA and the 150,000 truckers we proudly represent welcome these transformational actions from President Donald Trump and Secretary Sean Duffy. By the way, I have, once again, I'm going to editorialize a little bit here, going to toot my horn, going to get on my high horse, and so you might want to get up on your soapbox and join me up there. Thank you very much, Mr. Ed. I've always said if the President of the United States, the current President of the United States, wanted a big win, some sort of overall messaging packaging of a couple of really key issues to truckers would go a long way to shoring up one of his foundational bases and allow him to continue to have widespread public support for any other initiatives he's got. This is what else Todd had to say. These steps not only improve the daily lives of truckers across America, but also enhance safety for everyone on the road. For years, truckers have argued and urged Washington to address the severe shortage of truck parking, not a shortage in drivers. I ain't what OOIDA is saying, a shortage in truck parking. That's my little joke, too. If we have this incredible driver shortage, why don't we have any parking spaces? I mean, you figure some parking spaces might open up if there was a driver shortage. Eliminate the dangers posed by national speed limiter mandate and give the drivers greater control over their hours of service. Like I said, it's as much about clarity as it is about flexibility. We thank President Trump and Secretary Duffy for listening to the men and the women behind the wheel who keep America's economy moving. In all, what the DOT did was it unveiled 9 initiatives. And like I said, for the first time, I begged the previous administration. We begged the previous Trump administration. We've begged the Obama administration. These are the first guys to do it. Just package it. Make us see the totality of it, the whole of it. The fact of the matter is that this is everybody's business because this is the business of America. They unveiled 9 initiatives that are aimed at improving the truck driving profession. All 9 are issues that our friends at OOIDA, which, by the way, you can hear Trucking with OOIDA every Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday on this show. Don't be surprised if more stuff ain't coming from those folks as well. By the way, on a completely different note, the little Kittner boy died this week in Jaws. This is the week that the little Kittner boy dies.
Oh,
remember
God.
the kid that gets eaten? You're thinking like some kid has died.
Dude, I was just like, why are we giggling going into the story? Okay,
okay,
it's
it's
not
like
real.
you ever seen that T-shirt that has
Yes.
I can't remember his first name, but the Kittner kid's face, and it says "Never forget."
Dude, 100%. Someone I was hanging out with like last week because it was the anniversary had that shirt on. I was like, haha.
We have caught a large predatory animal, and I am happy to say that the beaches are safe here at Amity. How's that working out for you, pal?
Speaking of animals, 615-292-6366. Y'all have a chance to get in with us.
615-292-6366. That also spells Nemo. 9 initiatives. I'll get to them eventually. They're initiatives that OOIDA and a lot of other stakeholders in the industry have been really pushing for years. Executive Vice President Louis Pugh addressed at least 7 of the issues at a House subcommittee in March. The package includes millions to expand truck parking. That thing has been on the goal line forever and a day, as well as initiatives to remove one-size-fits-all mandates. I'm a big supporter of that. Modernize driver resources, big supporter of that. Slash red tape. Oh, no, we need more red tape. I'm just kidding. Big supporter of that. And crack down on bad actors. Every one of those issues, except for parking, we've managed to cover today, by the way. Okay, number 1, increase truck parking capacity. Number 2, withdraw the speed limiter rulemaking. Number 3, increase hours of service flexibility. Number 4, improve the driver resource page. Number 5, reform data queue. Number 6, modernize National Consumer Complaint Database. Number 7, address unlawful brokering. Number 8, Maintain the ELD exemption on pre-2000 engines. Number 9, remove, quote-unquote, this is the vague one. This is the one that kind of like, a lot of stuff that could be covered in this one. Remove needless regulations. There's the little horn from Dave's thing from earlier. You know, from the road gang. Truckers keep America running. That's what Duffy said in the news release. And while the country sleeps, truckers grind through the night to keep the shelves stocked, families fed, businesses humming. It's a job that requires grit and dedication. That's a word from Lindsay. But for too long, Washington, D.C. has made work harder for truckers. That ends today. Thanks to President Trump, we're getting Washington out of your trucks and your business. So what Louis said was the DOT initiatives prove that all those calls and those meetings with lawmakers and regulators really can push things in the right direction. We're big advocates of that here, too, at Road Gang Radio and at Nemo Nation. We really want you guys to become citizen drivers in the best way. That's a push to get 10 Ring to actually call the show as opposed to just listening and giving us shout-outs on the tube of you. We want you to be citizen drivers, and being a citizen driver means being deeply involved at the level in which you can make the biggest impact. And by the way, being involved, they make this really clear out there. Being involved is not going on the Book of Face and saying, the people I don't like suck. That's not advocacy. That's you just living in an angry hour, which is the opposite of happy hour, which we all deserve to some degree. Okay. These are all the things that OOIDA has been fighting for, Pew said. Again, this is just out there. This is fresh. This is 3,000-foot level, maybe 30,000-foot level of what's to come. I reposted some of Louis' comments as well on my Facebook page. It's not just a win for the association. It's a win for all truckers and members out there who are active and belong to OOIDA. This is what happens when members answer our calls to action, make their voices heard. It can take a long time, but this really does work. Like OOIDA President Todd Spencer says, we're getting stronger. Let's get to the truck parking issue. There's plenty of time. We'll dig into the rest of the issues over the course of the week with the various guests we have from the trucking industry. The DOT, what they're doing is they're advancing more than $275 million in grant funding to expand trucking parking availability. A memo is also going to be issued affirming that truck parking is a national priority under Jason's Law. We all know about Jason's Law. So, and what's important here is that OOIDA, in terms of its position on it, were the ones who helped Representative Mike Bost, Republican of Illinois, craft the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act when it was first introduced in 2020. The current version of the bill would dedicate $755 million to expand parking capacity. This is what Louis said. He said that alleviating the truck parking shortage has been the top safety concern for American truckers for more than a decade. Members of Congress from every corner of the country and across the political spectrum have supported. By the way, that's Louis for you, by the way.
Yeah.
Members of Congress from every corner of the country and across the political spectrum. I'm going to make a really odd comment here, guys. This is important, too, as citizen advocates. When somebody in a party that you're not a member of does something that really benefits you, thank them.
Yep.
One of the reasons why our friends at TXTA, who we're going to go see at the end of the month of July, which begins tomorrow. July starts tomorrow. One of the things that our friends John Esparza and all the great people over there, Adam Blanchard, Connor, all of our friends at TXTA will tell you, they got tort reform done because people didn't play games with parties. They found sympathetic ears of all political stripes, and they got that thing across the finish line. And what Louis absolutely correctly points out here, every corner of the country, across the political spectrum, have supported this legislation over the years because they understand the truck parking crisis is negatively affecting their constituents who make a living behind the wheel. It's negatively affecting everybody, dude. It drives up the cost of stuff.
Yep.
It slows stuff down. If you come on, man, this is everybody. A lack of available parking spaces forces truckers to choose between parking in a potentially unsafe location, highway shoulder. Dre, I would drive to you, man.
Yes.
You see it, don't you? Now you see it, don't you?
Oh, 100%.
Oh, my God, you make that drive on a regular basis.
Oh, yes, and what's crazy is as soon as I get over into Louisiana from Mississippi and I'm coming over that one little exit and you come in, you see, boom, you see TA, you see the racetrack, boom, bam, boom. They're sponsors. I see even where there's truck stops, I'm seeing that they're filled up over there, and they're still going along that shoulder over there, and a lot of the exits going on back to Louisiana.
Oh my God! So I used to drive out to come see you.
Yes.
Come in and do the show.
Yeah.
That was fun at the end. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it was. We made the best out of it.
Well, what was good about it was the fact that I could tell. And by the way, I don't know how Dave does it. I don't know how any of the people on the other platform do it either. I know Casey gets to go into the studio, but there are a couple of people, sitting in their jammies in bedrooms on, microphones talking to you while you're over the road. Come on, man.
There's a couple hosts that not couple, sorry. I had one host in particular, I'm not going to throw the name out, that, hey, man, when he was on camera from the head waist down area, hey, he looked professional. But then I saw that man go open the door for his wife, straight underwear.
Yeah, Jeffrey Tubin. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Jeffrey.
yeah, there you go.
No, but I mean, but the thing is, I would come across that bridge to come see you, and it would start, dude. It would start, man. Every single exit. I wasn't angry about it. It wasn't like I was angry for the people that were there. It was insane, dude. Mm-hmm. It's insane. And I would tell anybody who doesn't know the plight of what it is that truck drivers, men and women, go through on a regular basis in this country. They get all angry. Look at this truck driving like a maniac. And I was like, no, dude, you're driving like an idiot. Maybe you should either back off or get past them. Leave these people in peace. My other favorite was I had one friend of mine complaining in the car that the truck driver, he's not supposed to be in the left lane. I'm like, look to your right. And, of course, the sign in the construction zone says all truckers stay on your left. I always tell people you should drive at night. You should drive late at night, and you should see what these men and women have to put up with.
100%.
Louis goes on to say a lack of available parking spaces forces truckers to choose between parking in a potentially unsafe location, such as a highway shoulder, or continuing to drive, and that's the bad one right there, while they feel fatigued or out of available driving hours under federally mandated hours of service regulations. Now, look, I know there are people like our good friend Jody who have called in and made a point, and he's right to some degree. He is right. I'm going to actually get his back a little bit here, that a lot of people could benefit from institutional knowledge. The idea of being properly trained to kind of say, okay, you got to put your foot down and tell your boss, you got to put your foot down and tell your client, I ain't making it in that time. Why? Because I got to park here in order to make it to there. Mm-hmm. If I go past that parking point, I'm going to run out of HOS. It's just going to evaporate in front of my very eyes. I got to get where I got to get to. There is some planning that can get involved, but there are people who do everything right, where there's supposed to be truck parking. I mean, after all, there's a shortage, so there should be a whole bunch of wide open parking spaces, right? I mean, there's a shortage of drivers. Oh, where's that open space? Come on, where's my open space? I mean, there's all these people who aren't driving now. There's nobody out there, right? Not according to what we heard actually earlier from Lane. We've got a capacity problem, and it ain't a shortage. It's as simple as that. That's the deal. Okay. It was a big week for trucking. It was a big week for trucking because even though let's make this really clear too. A lot of this stuff isn't across the finish line yet. But what is crucial here, where the win comes, is that we've been talking about this on this platform, on the previous platform, with our friends from OOIDA who we share a platform with a lot of people. We've been talking about this and talking about this. Can't we wrap all this up into one big nice bow and tell because here's the thing. Telling the American people truckers need more parking is not the same as saying, look, there's this whole list of things that truckers need that if they don't get, your goods are going to cost more money. You're going to pay more everywhere if we can't get this efficiently done. It doesn't just give them more rest. Look, at the end of the day, if you don't care about human beings, fine. It's going to be cheaper for you. Oh, that's interesting. While still allowing them to get more money out of the process.
Okay.
I mean, this isn't, and by the way, this is not like supply side economics, which is, this is for real. Because the efficiency gained in providing more parking and creating flexibility with hours of service, all that stuff actually does help reduce the cost at the end of the day. I know people think to themselves, well, if you're, limiting things, no, trust me, this actually is going to help everybody on the bottom line.
Well, I don't want to check. If you want to finish, you finish that.
No, you got it.
Okay, I was about to say, because, man, can I just throw a wrench in the whole situation?
Yeah, monkey me.
Monkey me. All right, so last week, you brought up a special holiday. I didn't have a chance.
I was here.
Yeah. Okay, I didn't have a chance to talk about it. And I'm going to incorporate that with me making up for that day with going into the 4th of July weekend. And I'd say dramatic pause.
Anthony Bourdain's coming, isn't he?
Anthony Bourdain Day, because that's a beautiful thing in a way that you're celebrating a man's birthday that, yes, he went in a tragic way, but at the same time, his celebration of life and the things that he did impacted my life in a whole other way, because I was a small-town boy that would spend his fair share of his here and there work shift taking over the family business, watching his show. And the way that he handled things, the way he met people, the way he traveled, the way he just savored life made me have also a savior for life when it came to food, people, music. And it made me go out and enjoy the small things that I loved in my small town and going in small towns to different areas and enjoying that as well. So I'm going to take that in on Thursday into Friday. My girlfriend's going to come here. I think she doesn't have to work Friday, so we are going to stay here in New Orleans, go to my sister's place, and instead of going and doing the ideal, hey, drink on a boat, boom, boom, shoot guns, fireworks, we're going.
This is a good 4th of July city here.
Exactly.
This is a good 4th of July city.
I'm going to pull an Anthony Bourdain, and I'm going to go explore the city, talk to strangers, and try something new.
I'm going to end the show then. What do you say,
it.
end the show with an Anthony Bourdain quote? All right.
Oh, give it to me.
One of the things that he did is that he presented travel as it was, not how we wanted it to be.
Yes.
And then in presenting it how it was, allowed us to be mindful of how we enjoy it. So rather than having expectations, it becomes a series of surprises and a series of revelations. Here's the quote. It's for all of you out there, by the way, and it's a great reminder of what it is you do, too. Travel isn't always pretty. It isn't always comfortable. Sometimes it hurts. It even breaks your heart. This has been Nemo Nation on RadioNemo.com. You can find us on the Book of Face. You can find us on the Tube of You. You can find us on our own website at 365. You can find us on iHeartRadio as well. You can keep on subscribing. You can keep on liking. You can keep on commenting. You can keep on calling. We'll be back with Road Gang Radio tomorrow. Phone Master Dre and Jimmy Mack will be joined by our good friend Lindsay Lawler, who's trying to get back to Texas, but actually is probably going to go to the Cape for the 4th of July. We can't wait to talk to her, see what's going on in her mind, and big thanks to Terry Taylor and our remarkable lineup. We are now over 100 guests for, RadioNemo.com's endeavors moving forward. Big thanks to Dre, big thanks to Madison with a T, and of course, thank you, Dave!
Thank you, Dave!
Thank you, Dave!
Thank you, Dave, and thank you, truckers. Love you, beautiful people.